Where's my drink mixes? Trying to run out of these. Expiration date 7/24. That's not good. I think it'd just become like less strong. Like whatever. Not a big deal. Almost dropped it. Okay. I really need to replay Witcher 3. I only played it once. Right? Yeah, I only played it once. And when did that game come out? Like 2016 or something, was it? What was Witcher 3? Witcher 3. 2015. Almost been 10 years. We should play it for like the 10-year anniversary. That would be pretty cool. Look at the chunks that it makes. Whatever. Whatever. Let's make a game. Damn it. No, I don't want to search the internet for plastic. I want to open the application called Plastic. Ridiculous electronic device. I was realizing something on the weekend. I've made changes to like some of the downloaded source of Narrative 3, and I need some way to propagate that to our versioning software. And I'm not sure the best way to do that. The good news is, we should just be able to get into the engine and start working, except for one thing. The changes I made last week to Narrative 3, with the backgrounds of the cards that change. That's a pretty not so great thing for performance, and I need to just fix that. You tired, August, again? Is your demo done? An update? Oh yeah, whatever. Fuck updating. Your GitHub's broken. What broke on GitHub? There we go, texture streaming. Cool, activated. You can't push to GitHub. Why can't you push to GitHub? Where is it? Where is the thing that I need to adjust? It's in... Oh god, I don't remember. I'm flashing. It's not in here. Plugins. Narrative 3, narrative UI. Dialog node. I just need to take this out of a bound function to a function on its own, and then call it when events text changes. Text committed. No. Upload speed is like 20 kilobytes per second for whatever reason. It's always timeout the TCP. Maybe there's like maybe there's some issue in one of the regions. Doesn't say so. Or at least it hasn't been figured out yet. Is there an event on here? That's text. Shit, there are none. That would make sense. I could turn this into a rich text in case, or an uneditable multi-line. I just need to be able to detect when it changes. I could cache, so instead of in get events text, I want to move this out of here because this is running every tick while something is visible. Or one of these widgets is visible. I don't like that one bit. Make a function of update widget background. I want to move this over to that. So we need widget viz for an eSlate visibility. Linear color array for custom colors found. I think... Oh, we don't need widget viz then. We just need the array. I think all of this is our custom. Yeah, get rid of that. The return. Okay. It looks good. And when can I run this? That's my question. Not in core data, stories. Wait, where is it? Look me. Oh, there it is. It'll look like that. I want to detect when the text changes, when the events text changes. You just need to store it, essentially. I think this will work, and it'll prevent it from running every frame. It'll do the check every frame. But doing a Boolean test is a lot better than actually running any shit on that. I suppose I want to do not equal. If it is not equal, I'm going to switch these two around too. Update widget background. You want to run this either way. I think that'll... We want to run it at least once in the first time, so probably on construct. Oh, it didn't run. It's trying to run. And it's getting set to nothing. Why? It is still being run every frame on this. Is something clearing the back? Something must be clearing the background. Hold on. That's what it is. Hold on. I forgot we put that at the start. I didn't copy that over. It's definitely much better. Yeah, yeah. Last week it was, ooh, it was not good. Scrolling the big loop. Because it was redrawing these every frame. Like, there are still some bound events which are decreasing performance a bit, but this is much better. Okay, problem solved. Looks good. Suppose we can delete these. Okay, back to the lore loop writing. Yeah, that's really nice. We can just quickly see at a glance all the important aspects. Make a color too for returning to loop. I don't have that. That's a custom event. That's the begin dialogue. Unless I made a duplicate of that. I did restore dialogue. I could add one to the plugin content. Not begin quest. Start dialogue. I think we had to add the BPI, which I don't remember the name of it. Dialogue system. That's not it. That's the wrong one. Hold on. Narrative event interface. Get dialogue node color. I don't know what color we would want this to be. That kind of works. We can change it if we need to. Okay, I remember now. We were writing about his family, and we had written about his brother, but we still need to write about his dad and his mom. I remember now. Okay. Let's do that then. Had a brother, but he drowned. Had a dad, greatest thief in the business, could steal turd out your arse. Jesus, what is this writing? Never got caught. He did. Mom's still around. Don't know what's up with her though. Okay, so his dad got caught. He was a great thief. Dad was a thief too. Tell me everything he knew he did. How does Dad became? Maybe he did frequent raids in Golemstone. Frequent raids into Golemstone. Usually looking for scraps or spoons. This is how he got his name. Dad loved collecting those spoons. I ended up biting one of his favorites. Wasn't it that they... How did they get their name again? Hold on. First thing we say. Holy loud. Loud flute. that how you got your name? We'll ask. Why did your dad love spoons so much? They like. I don't fucking know, do I? Go ask him, he's in a Golem Stone jail. For all I know. I don't know why his dad collects spoons. His dad just collects spoons. Yeah, old bastard. Could never shut up about spoons. Hey, Lazy Fangs, how you doing? The giant micro high. Giant micro. It makes sense if you think about it. Or does it? Spoon this. Spoon that. Spoon, spoon, spoon. No wonder the first words out of my mouth were spoon. I'll cut that last line. Say, yeah, old bastard could never shut up about spoons. Spoon this, spoon that, spoon, spoon, spoon. Riveting dialogue. Still better than Dragon Age Veilguard. Somebody in my Discord mentioned that apparently Dragon Age Veilguard. I don't need that. Characters can't be. You can't deny a Veilguard companion from joining your party. Like, they're going to join your crew no matter what. And on top of that, apparently they can't die. So essentially you're going to need to collect all of these quirky, relatable characters, and none of them can end up dying. I had a dream today that I sold a Pokemon card for $10 million, so waking up was kind of sad. Fair. Wonder if I have any of my old Pokemon cards. Let's see. Let's do. So where's your dad now? Who's your daddy? No, where's your daddy? We're on a Golem Stone jail for all I know. Why do you end up in jail? Thought you said he was one of the best thieves in the business. Should it just be like he got caught stealing spoons? He got caught stealing spoons. The fuck you think? And spoon is getting really spicy today. We'll comment down with the F words on it. Just he got caught stealing spoons. That makes sense, I suppose. Dude, don't do that. I kind of wanted the player to be able to return to asking about family members. Theoretically, I don't even need to connect it, do I? So yeah, brother drowned. Don't double click the nodes. And never got caught. Is he really the best thief if he got caught? A fair question, I think. So I think if we loop, or if we link back to here at the end, instead of going back to the start of the dialogue loop, but we go down to here. I think that'll work, and then we just connect these up to the same ones. That way the player can keep asking about family members. What's the ID for this? Make a dialogue a 2-hour rabbit hole about spoons. I could do it. Maybe not like 2 hours, but I could definitely just make some ridiculously long conversation about spoons. It's like, so why? What is it about spoons? Like, I need you to explain in detail what your father loved about spoons so fucking much that he risked his life traveling above ground into the city to steal spoons from people so much that your first word, spoon, was spoon, and now you are named Spoon. And your dad is in jail because he got caught stealing spoons. I need to know why spoons. It's a prophecy. That'd be fucking funny. Rare spoons is still related to how successful the offspring would be. So there's a shaman. There were more spoons than money. Yeah, it's just numbers. He didn't really have a concept that the spoons aren't worth as much. He just thought, well, there's more spoons. And spoons, people always need spoons, so more spoons will be made. So I can continually steal spoons. And if I can have more spoons, then people have money. I will have more money. Fucking stupid, but it's perfect. It's perfect for this character. Great origin, yeah. Move away, Batman and Iron Man. We'll just make it when you ask, why spoons? We'll give the player like 2 or 3 ways to exit this dialogue line. But I mean, this shit, it's gonna stretch like this far, just spoons. No, we'll just make this. We'll just make this continue. Events. Begin dialogue. Copy properties. Okay, or not. Alright, that looks good. Guess we're writing about spoons today. Really the best thief if he got caught. Of course. He'll just steal the jail cell keys when he's ready to escape. Probably stealing the spoons that they give to him when they feed him. Hey, Hellboy Jr. How you doing? We're stealing spoons that they give to him when they feed him. So stupid. Every bit of dialogue I write with this character just gets more and more ridiculous. So, why spoons? Why spoons?
It looks like he may commit suicide. Suicide is badass.
No.
Thank you for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. And you get 3 free emotes, I think, for following. You get our high emote, our lurk emote, and I think the beautiful cat drawing that I made. That's a cursed emote, though. So this prophecy, a sewer shaman. Sewer shaman gave prophecy to Spoon's dad. Prophecy stated that his offspring would only be as successful as he was at stealing. Spoon's dad knew that most sewer goblins who chose to steal would stick to money or gold or gems. They were hard to steal. Guarded closely. Instead, Spoon's dad chose to steal spoons. Everyone had spoons, from the rich to the poor. If spoons disappeared, people replaced them. Spoons were never guarded. And nobody else was stealing them. He was cornering the market. That's so it's so stupid. Spoon's dad knew that some goblins, some sewer goblins, only stole a few pieces of gold or a few small cheap gems. Spoon's dad knew that he could steal more spoons than gold, which meant that he was more rich because the number of things he stole was greater than others. Like he doesn't understand that the value of spoons is low. It's that if he steals 4 spoons and another goblin steals 3 gold pieces, well, he's better because he stole 4 things and the other goblin only stole 3 things. That's the way his mind works. Wow. Why spoons? It's gotta be like the... Hold on, I can get some inspiration for this. We're not going to use this to write our game, but I'm going to use ChatGPT to... If you had a fetish for spoons... The ChatGPT engineers are like reading these prompts, like, what the fuck? You had a fetish for spoons. Describe 10 qualities of spoons that you would look for closely and find the most appealing. We'll make it like a non-sexual. We'll make it a little sexual though. Like it's not like overtly sexual, but it's creepy to the point where like there's no other explanation for this other than that spoons were kind of sexual to him. And I don't know what that means for the character of Spoon's dad. That spoons were kind of like sexual to him. I don't really know, but I think that's up for the reader to determine. You know, it's in the eye of the beholder at that point. Obsessions, maybe. If I had a non-sexual fetish for spoons, there'd be numerous qualities I would find appealing. Oh, I needed to like the sound. Oh fuck, dude, the sound. That's so good. Oh, that's so good. Okay. Write this from the perspective of someone with this fetish. Going into a bit of creepy detail. Just be really weird about it. Obsessive. Look, he used it. ChatGPT used the word obsessive too. Oh god, the feel of the spoon's material against my skin is intoxicating. Each material speaks to me in its unique voice. I lose myself in the intricate designs, tracing every curve and pattern with my fingers. Ooh. A spoon that's too light feels insubstantial, while a heavy one feels authoritative, commanding my attention. It's like a dominating. It feels dominating, not authoritative, or it feels authoritative and dominating. Oh yeah, this is perfect. Oh, this sound, it's like ASMR. Yeah. Okay, so this is perfect. Okay. I like this. Spoon fetishization. Okay, so why spoons? We need to first talk about this prophecy. Bit of a long story, but I can share it if you want. And we'll give the player an option to, how long? How long you got? My old man was quite obsessed with these things. I want to hear every detail. And this is like final warning for the player. Trust me, this is gonna be fucking long. On second thought, give me the short version. Guess I don't need to hear about it then. And the player can just skip through it. Okay, perfect. And this will end that aspect, dialogue. Perfect. Okay. So there's going to be a short version and a long version. We'll break it up into sections so it's not like really long for the player to read, because you know the box is not the biggest. It's not like it's super small, but yeah, you know, it's not the biggest either. It is a scroll box, so the player can scroll up and down through it, but you know, it could be a little bit difficult to track. Let's see, let me write it here. Then I'll copy and paste it in. We had this sewer shaman. What was her name again? Okay, so sewer goblins are named after the first word that they say, and they often say the first word that they have around them are things that they see. So there's a lot of you know, not so appealing names. Like, there's tons of sewer goblins named Turd because that's the first thing that they see is floating down in the sewers. Maybe it can be like smell? No. What's another S thing that would be down there? Smell, sewage? Wait. I know. It was Snail. Her name was Snail. She liked to very revered woman she was. Always telling people how to live their lives. Anyways, she told my dad that his children would only be as successful as he was with thievery. Yeah, it kind of reads wrong. She told my dad that his children would only be as successful as he was with thievery. Only as he was successful with his thievery. His children will only be as successful in their lives as he was with thievery in his. Now, us sewer goblins aren't particularly disenchanted. Do you think? I don't know if he would use the word disenchanted. That's too big of a word for Spoon here. Aren't bad with thieving. How you would spell it? Would be thievin. Maybe that. Hold on. I'm trying to look for like the shortened slang version of thieving. It's gotta be thievin because it'd be thieving, so ing, so it would be thievin with an I. Quite a common profession. But my dad wasn't as smooth-brained as some of these other ugly assholes. They all chose to steal gold and gems. Worthless, if you ask my dad. I've used 3 semicolons now in this, and I feel like I'm getting a bit too pretentious with semicolon usage. Would you guys be turned off of reading dialogue if you saw 3 semicolons in one response? I think I might. Let's put that in first, and we'll give the player a couple of... Jesus Christ. This isn't really the short version, is it? This is the long version. That's fine. You know what? We'll write the long version. It is what it is. And we can shorten the long version. So let's make one of the questions the player can ask here. Golden gems worthless? You have a sewer shaman. I think those are pretty good, and they'll just kind of have like one-line responses, and then it'll feed back into the next bit. So it'll look like this, and then this. Or actually, because of the way we set it up, it has to be this. Okay, let's keep writing this. See, my dad had another plan. You steal 3 pieces of gold or 3 gems. Actually, these should not be numbers. Steal 3 pieces of gold, 3 gems. What do you have? I'm gonna give the player a chance to respond to this, because I think it's kind of funny. And you can say, depends on how much they're worth. I mean, that's the logical answer, right? It depends on how much they're worth. But the thing is, the sewer goblins don't think logically. They think you have 3 things. And it's better to have 4 things than it is to have 3 things. So, why would you steal 3 gold pieces when you can steal 4 spoons? You have now more spoons than gold pieces. It's not like they do business, they don't barter, they just take what they need. They don't need gold because they don't deal. The spoons are more worthwhile. And for his dad, the spoons are more worthwhile because he has that obsession with them, right? Back. We're getting into it. You came back at a good time. The Splorer, yeah, exactly. Humans are just as typical human. Not understanding math at all. He's just he's gonna be like oh god, what's his name? Was it Terrence Howard? You guys saw the clip of what's his name, the actor from, he was in Iron Man, I know. Trying to like explain how, wasn't it like how 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4 or something? Terrence, yeah, it was this guy, Terrence Howard. How he has like some different view of math. He has like a teriology or something. Yeah, teriology. This was it. It was 1 × 1 = 2. He had proof that 1 × 1 = 2. And he attempted to debunk the Pythagorean theorem, claimed that he can kill gravity, said he does not believe in the number 0, and claimed he remembers the events of the day he was born. I feel like Spoon is going to be a little bit like that. Maybe not as... Terrence Howard feels like a character that should exist in this. Terrence Howard feels like a Borderlands character. He legitimately feels like some like Scooter relative that nobody could fictitiously write because it would sound too stupid and ridiculous of a character. Okay, so he's gonna get upset at you for, because he's gonna ask you like, see, my dad had another plan. You steal 3 pieces of gold or 3 gems. What do you have? And now the smart player is gonna be like, depends on how much they're worth. Well, Spoon is gonna reply, typical human, not understanding math at all. If you have 3 things, it doesn't matter what those things are. You just have 3. Every goblin is a math major. This is legitimately just gonna like lead you down to Terrence Howard level of mathematics understanding. And if you ask for the long story, there's no way that you can get out of this except for skipping all the dialogue. You're just gonna be led down this rabbit hole where he's gonna keep defending this theory that it doesn't matter what 3 things you have. If you have 3 things, it's better to have 4 things. Like, you're not going to be able to convince him otherwise. And if you keep pushing back against him, he will just not do business with you. You will just piss him off so much that he will never ask you for potions. Because you didn't. Oh god, this is so stupid. But somebody's gonna do it. Somebody, at least one person, is gonna go all the way down that route, push back against his conspiracies of math, and post about it. But then if you can break a spoon in half, then you have 1 spoon still, because it's just a smaller spoon, right? Unless you split the spoon down the half with the spoon part, to now where you don't have a spoon, you have 2 half spoons. Right? So like if you take a spoon and you split it along the part that you hold it, then you have a smaller spoon and a stick. Right? Because it depends on where you split it. Hold on, let's pull up a spoon here. Okay. So if you split a spoon down this way, right? Then you have 2 half spoons. If you split it here, you have a stick and a half, you have a smaller spoon. You still have a spoon. So it is still a spoon. But now you have a stick too. So theoretically, you could have more things in total by cutting your spoons off here in the middle. And therefore you still have the same number of spoons, but now you have metal sticks. Maybe he calls you a genius for that. Like he calls it an infinite item glitch. So this is so stupid. You know we have to pay for this, right? We have to pay for somebody to voice act this. Maybe I'll just we'll just make Spoon the most stupid, ridiculous, long-winded conspiracy theorist character ever, and I'll just do the voices for him. Do. You know, if you have 3 things, it doesn't matter what those things are. You just have three of them. My dad understood this better than all the others. Passed those smarts on to me too. Gold, gems, nonsense like that. Way too secure. You humans don't understand math very well, so you put so much effort into protecting your gold and gems. But what do you leave unprotected and ripe for the picking? Spoons. We'll give the player the option to also say, like, I don't know, but what? And he's just gonna berate you for it. He's like, spoons, duh. Exactly. The BAFTA awards are awards for writing, correct? Don't they have a BAFTA award for like the writing of for games? Whatever the award is for game writing, this is gonna win one. I know it. When Cauldron Chronicles releases, everybody will be talking not about hot waifus or beach balls that sexually moan or other things like that. Don't matter. That have no impact on the game. They're going to remember the spoon lore. Everyone's got them. The rich need spoons. The poor need spoons. Spoons make... I was gonna say spoons make the world go round, but maybe we should make Spoon a flat earth theorist. Hey Datu, how you doing? Spoons are what make this land stay whole, even with the water spilling off the edges. Like he's just gonna drop some flat earth shit into here. You doing some combat tasks? Nice, nice. Which ones are you doing? I gotta do some more too. I really want to get the I don't know which tier is it. The hard tier? No, I have the hard. It would be the elite. The combat achievements. There's something that I really want from there, but I forget what it was. Where's the rewards? I mean, 55 boss kills is nice. That's for sure great. Oh, it's only 5% more than hard. Decreased God Wars dungeon follower kill counts. Nice. Oh yeah, the superior Slayer monster spawn rate goes up. It's so good. And I can make the stock Slayer helmet, which would be so cool. Send you a screenshot. Ooh, you're doing the barrels ones. Nice, nice. Are you using the air spells? Can't touch me the one where you can't get hit at all by them? That was kind of annoying. I remember doing that. Yeah, how are the air spells working? Even the gods use Spoon's health. Do you think the water falling off the edge of the world keeps coming back? We could make him believe that it is that the god of sewers lives beneath the world and spoons the water back up into the oceans of the world. That's what he believes. They're strong. Can't touch me is to not being touched in melee. Oh, not being touched in melee. Okay. I think what I did was I ended up binding them. It's like Prometheus gave us fire, sewer god gave us spoons. We'll just have the player like that makes sense. Like, you can just let him go. Just let him go on. Just let him say what he needs to. Let him cook. Oh, what? Let him cook with a spoon. That can be like a catchphrase, like, yeah, now you're cooking with spoons. Ladles are just big spoons. That's just a bigger spoon. Anything that can hold water is a spoon. Anything that can hold sewage is a spoon. Please continue. What would the god of what would the god of sewers be called? Only need 2 more scurious ones, but need to farm for a rat bane weapon. Yeah, you need one of the spines from him. I think the mace is the best thing to make. And I think mace is best in slot until you get, like, rapier or something. Scurious is pretty fun. I need to do more scurious. Stenchous. I like it. I'll do it. We can do stenchous. Yeah, Bone Mace is equivalent to Rapier, Seldar, and Inquisitors. You can get the spine in multi though. So if you do multi Scurious, it's pretty chill, really easy to kill, and you can just get the spine there first, if you want. Stenchous. God of sewers, lives beneath the world, scooping up water that falls down from the edges. He's the one that refills the world's water supply and causes it to rain. It's trying to be some Discworld level lore, yeah. This is so fucking stupid. I mean, but this is world building. Like, we can do whatever the fuck we want. If the sewer goblins, if we want to have a specific sub-race of goblins called the sewer goblins, believe that there's Stenchous, a sewer god that is refilling the flat world's water supply and making it rain. You know what? Fuck it. This is what we'll do. Oh, the barrier between this is absurd and this makes sense. Yeah, and I think it's just... you know, of course we're gonna have those characters that are like more emotionally serious, but I like to juxtapose that, and not juxtaposition gratification, but the gratification that comes from the juxtaposition of having different characters that have different like themes and levels of humor and stuff like that. You know, I think Spoon to me is like, sounds like juxtaposition. At least this makes more sense. At least this you can actually explain the juxtaposition gratification. I still think it's a stupid term to use here, but at least this makes more sense than it did for the game design. I think it's still easier to say we want serious and unserious characters. Both. Oh, by the way, I have a green... I think I have a... Wait, do I have a green screen coming? I ordered something off of fucking Temu. I'm gonna regret that. Just you wait. Oh no, not yet. I'm going to buy that. I just need to... I think I wanted to buy it. Oh my god, is this a man riding a raptor? Guys, look at this. That's us. Why is this a thing? It's so stupid. It'd be funny if a different goblin came by and the player joked, "Hey, just don't take my spoons, okay?" And they would just look at them like they're This fucking juxtaposition gratification. God, that stupid term. We can do some video reactions today as well, if we have the time. I was wondering too if you guys wanted me to quickly beat Elden Ring in preparation. Like I can beat Elden Ring in 3 to 4 hours max. So I was wondering if we wanted to do that like a day before the DLC came out, just for the fun of it. Let's see. Where was I? Sorry. All the damn time. Okay, that makes sense. Please continue. Even I've lost. Like, what the fuck was he talking about? Okay, everyone's got them. The rich need spoons, the poor need spoons. Thing is, if some shiny shit gem goes missing, you humans cause quite the uproar. But if a spoon goes missing, nobody makes a fart. My dad understood this well. How can something be so essential to life and yet treated so flippantly? I like that, yeah. Gems aren't needed in life. You just look at it. You can't eat it. And you can't eat with it. But a spoon's essential. You can turn your hand into a spoon. But you're supposed to wipe your arse with it too. Best not to mix those two things. So, what do you use instead? Spoon. It's an essential tool of life. So you cut off thieves' hands, you take away their last spoons and prevent them from holding more. That's why they cut off the hands of thieves. And fully in his mind. Yeah, but here's the thing, like, because he thinks humans don't understand it, but if humans are the ones that cut off the hands of thieves, maybe he's like, you guys subconsciously understand it, because he doesn't understand that the humans cut off the hands of thieves so they don't steal again. But in his mind, humans do it subconsciously. Like, even you, as dumb as humans are, even you somehow understand the connection between hands and spoons. I think that works. Even you humans, dumb as you are, understand the importance of spoons by cutting off the hands of thieves. One day you'll realize what God's made humans and other creatures, Stench just managed to sneak his designs in. It is him that gave the hand the ability to hold liquid. This separates us from animals. Damn, you're so close to getting it. Did you get smacked or something? You know about the invisible ladders in the crypts, right? That you can abuse. Although I think it's better to get that achievement when Arim or Carol are the ones down in the crypts. I was in the crypt before I could get away. That's annoying. One day you'll wake up and become educated. Not you, Datu. That's what Spoon was saying. It's not like it's not like I casually tell my viewers that one day they'll wake up and be educated. They can't offer me anything lazy things because I already have the best followers. It's you guys. And I didn't have to pay for you. True. Damn it. Our hands are spoons? Or should just ice burst them? You could use the. I think you could use the Tome of Water to increase. Hold on. Doesn't this increase the length of binding spells? Oh no, never mind. Humans should feel lucky Dad didn't collect their hands. Jesus Christ. I want to tie this in somehow. But you couldn't buy potentially hundreds of spoons with one gem. That'll be a response. We don't cut off the hands of thieves because they're spoons. You know. He's just gonna be like, yes you do. You just don't know it yet. Yes you do. You just don't realize it. Yet. Should be lucky my dad didn't collect the cut off hand spoons. Honestly. Other gods compel you to do it, envious of Stench's design. Okay. I do want him to open up a bit more about Stench's, but I think we did have like some Didn't we have some question planned for him about, like, his gods? We could make the player be able to ask more about stenches there. Where was it? Let me see if I can find it. Is this it? No, there wasn't really anything. So we'll add that into the personal lore loop, I guess, or maybe the races. Like, what is your what does sewer goblins like believe in? So we'll save a choice here that you learned about stenches. Like you heard of stenches, and so therefore you can ask about it, or at least you'll know his name when it's brought up. Events, save choice. Value. Have heard about stenches. True. Where did we save the... Oh, I know where we did it. It's in NPC data. Initial choices. Have heard about stenches. False. This is so stupid. I mean, I really do. I still want to reverse write like one of the really good dialogues from like Mass Effect 1, 2, or 3. Like one of the ones where you're just talking with a character in their cabin or in their area, just learning about them and learning some story. There were really good ones in Mass Effect 1, for instance, especially with like Garrus and Rex. And I want to see just kind of how much those branch and how many nodes it would equate to, so that I can get a good feel of, you know, this is roughly the length of a really good bit of dialogue. Character can have the most words in the entire game. He might. The more I think about this, because it's been on my mind every fucking day while we're working on it and while I'm at home, that this seems like a game that we need to, if we release it into early access, we'll have one character fully voiced and the others won't be. And we'll need to use some of the funds that we gain in early access to help afford that, because it's just going to be very difficult and very expensive to have that all available at launch. I don't know yet. I don't know. It's too early to make that decision, and that has to be made with a publisher. It changes timelines and budgeting, so I can't say for certain, but I would like it. I think if Baldur's Gate 3 can be such a story-driven game like this, that I think that we have a possibility of having a certain amount of content that we plan to add into an early access period, and then we will just release like larger chunks to continue the story for everything, or we'll like do what Baldur's Gate 3 is. We'll kind of like break it into acts, and then we'll just have the other acts release as full release. I don't know yet. These are just thoughts. That way the player wouldn't be able to experience and every NPC and everything that they have to do. But we could slowly like release a new character and allow you to play halfway through their storyline or something, so that you're kind of left on this teaser cliffhanger. And then for full release we can just dump the rest of that into the game. That is a thought that I have with it. Hey Datu, congrats on on all the barrows. Nice work on that. How close are you to the medium combat achievements? And I assume sadly you didn't get any unique from barrows. I did barrows recently, I didn't get shit. I did Perilous Moons though, and I got quite a bit. I got the Blue Moon, or no, I got one of the Tacits, the Eclipse Atlatl, the Eclipse Moon Helm, and I think that was it. Hey Mom. This was 33 points. 33 pretty easy points. Why are you still up, Mother? It is like 3 in the morning for you. We're writing about spoons. There's nothing interesting here. We're writing about spoons. Maybe we'll this will be like... So what... What exactly was it about spoons that fascinated your dad so much? He could have collected anything. And this is where we get a bit fetishy about it, I think. Woke up on the couch heading upstairs. Then go to sleep. 37 more points, it's not bad. Okay, so yeah, I kind of had... I want his dad to have been a bit like... It's not a sexual fetish. That's at least what Spoon claims. But the more you hear about it, the more you start to realize that there's something weird about it. Like, the feel of the spoon's material against my skin is intoxicating. Stainless steel's cold, smooth touch sends shivers down my spine, while the warmth of wooden spoon feels like a gentle caress. The weight of a spoon in my hand is a profound sensation. I love to balance them at my fingertips, feeling the distribution of mass, the perfect equilibrium. A spoon that's too light feels insubstantial, while a heavy one feels authoritative and dominating. Turning into salad fingers, Laura, what a callback. Classic. So yeah, I think this is, yeah, I like Rusty Spoon. Should I have him say, Like, oh yeah, my dad for some reason also really liked rusty spoons. Good. We'll have two different responses here depending on if the conditions were met. Condition, saved choice. If you've heard about stenches, then he'll have something a bit different to say. But if you haven't, then he'll tell you about stenches, the sewer god. Okay, our hands are spoons, question mark. If you've heard about stenches, he'll say stenches designed us all to never be without spoon. That is why we are all able to survive. Even if we do not have a proper spoon utensil on us. And this will be pretty similar. He's just gonna like mention that Stenches, the god of sewers. And then we'll make sure that you have the saved choice as well for that. I've heard about stenches. True. I know the math is hard to understand, but having more is better. I was kind of thinking that we should add like a 1 times 1 equals 2 meme, but that's just gonna be too on the nose. It's gonna date. I don't want to do that. I know the maths are just different, but gems have no use. Hey Military, what's all this? It's lore about spoons and Stenches, god of sewers. and a bit of like flat Earth theory thrown in. If that makes sense. If a goblin has 100 gems, he has 100 things to look at. But that's all they do. If he has 100 spoons, he can scoop up 100 things. How many levels can I boost cooking? I think you can boost it by 5. Oh, you can get actually can get up to 6 with Chef's Delight M, the mature. But I think Chef's Delight's pretty expensive. Oh no, it's really cheap. Okay, yeah, 287 coins. So yeah, just like buy a bunch of those and boost it up. It's 1 to 5 though, so you might have to buy multiple. Oh, does it boost it based on level? I didn't know that. I don't think I've ever used one. Oh yeah, I see. I see now. So you can boost it up by 1. Unless you spicy stew it. Do you have the with the cooking gauntlets as well? Those help a lot. I think this will be one of the options where you can push back against him and piss him off. So yeah, we'll hook it up here and we'll do a... I don't understand. Spoons are cheap. I could buy as many spoons as I wanted, as long as I have the gold. Someone would just make more spoons for me. Discombobulate insult directly to the spoons, recovery 6 to 8 weeks. My god, a Sherlock reference. Just need 70 cooking for recipe for... So you can get 70 cooking. What's your cooking right now? Because you can just cook like swordfish. I think you should be able to get to 75 to from 65 to 70 cooking in a matter of like 2 or 3 hours at most. Oh, especially with wine. Wine's cheap. I mean, that's 470 to 490,000 XP an hour. Jesus. Yeah, and swordfish are 165 to 200,000 an hour. And profitable. Wine's not profitable, but it's pretty fast. Plus you get the fat XP drops, because you only get the XP drop if you haven't made more wine within like 15 seconds. So if you're really fast about it, or not even really fast, but just if you're consistent about it, you can end up with getting like a drop of 200,000 XP with just from wine. It's pretty fun. Okay, so this will be a tangent where you can just argue with him about spoons until he gets so pissed that he leaves and never comes back. Absolutely perfect. Spoons are useful. Gold doesn't do anything. Best I can do is swallow a piece of gold. But it doesn't do anything good for my stomach. And it just comes out the other end. Trust me, I've tried it. Well, they don't barter, because they live in the sewers. They don't trade. They just steal things. I want to work a spoonful of gold in there. Fuck, that's so good. Trust me, I've tried it. But a spoon can scoop up anything. It has a use. You can even have a spoonful of gold, which at least that means that the gold is still useless. But the spoon has a use. We're fucking dumb. Okay, what's the rebuttal to that? Just get angry. I can buy more spoons in a day than your father could steal in his lifetime. It's just gonna devolve into insults. Oh, hold on. I want him to remember if you understood the fact that your hands can be spoons, so that he can throw this back in your face. Like, you didn't even understand that your hands are spoons. Are you stupid? Hold on. I want there to... Yeah, I want there to be this. This and this. And he's gonna remember here. Or... And we need to give the player the option to understand it or not. So hold on. To... Add player response. That doesn't really make sense, but please continue. I suppose you're right. Our hands are the best spoons. Oh my god, I could make him really annoying. I could make him say like... But the thing is, like, goblins probably don't, like, super goblins probably don't read, but I was gonna have him say, you know, I have some books about it that I could lend you if you want to educate yourself. Nah, maybe he'll say it either way. It's kind of funny. If you want to educate yourself about spoons. Okay, so actually this could work, because one of the things I wanted to have in Cauldron Chronicles was a bookshelf. Like, seriously, that as you obtained, like, maybe some lore books, or you bought some books from merchants, you could actually read. So, like, similar to Elder Scrolls, you would have actual literature in the world that you could read about on your own time if you wanted to relax in something, you know, and read something in the game. So maybe there is a book about spoons that the sewer goblins have written, that if you ask Spoon for the book, he'll, on the next time he visits, he'll bring you a book about spoons. have a book I could lend you if you want to educate yourself about spoons. And it's written by Snail, the sewer shaman. He's gonna... Okay, and he's gonna say, if you say I'd love to... I'd love to read it. Thank you. I'm not really interested, but I'm not really interested. He's gonna bring it anyway. I'll bring it next time. Either way. No issue for me. And it's worth educating yourself about the truth. It's worth educating yourself about the truth. Great to hear you're sensible about this, human. I'll bring the book next time I visit. It is Witcher music. Look how long this is getting. This is just about fucking spoons. So stupid. I'm gonna spend the whole day writing about spoons. This isn't even necessary lore for... This isn't even, like, important for the character. This has nothing to do with potions anymore. This is about spoons. This is Spoon Chronicles. I think you need to add some forks. Fuck. Now I need to add in a point that you make to him. Like, why not forks? Why was it spoons and not forks? Make an Easter egg mention about the tick if you're writing about spoons. Just so bad. It just keeps going deeper. I keep thinking about deeper ways that I can make this entertaining. And it would be so funny. And it would be very easy for me to make a bookshelf in this game, by the way. One that you just open up and you read pages of text. Very easy. And if he legitimately brings you back a, like, really poorly written book about Stenches and the creation of the world from the sewer goblin's point of view. And it's just full of, like, just conspiracies and, like, just stupid things. And spooning deeper into madness. Yeah, this is where I go crazy. This is my Terrence Howard moment. My Terriology. I'll have to bring a book. I have a book about spoons. I'll have to bring next time I visit. I know all the words by heart at this point. So I love to pass it on to someone else who seems to understand the deeper truth about our hands. So fucking dumb. He's like literally the crazy uncle. Like, okay. You just keep saying yes just to placate them and hoping that they'll end it. And they, you know, they like, they get to a point where you think they're done talking about the thing and then they just kind of like stare off for 10 seconds. You're like, oh, finally, the conversation's done. So that's the important part. You know, that's the important thing about spoons. Like, oh, fuck, not more. Look, I gotta go to the bathroom. And, you know, it's like, it's just been building up in me. Okay. We're gonna give the player 2 paths to go down here. You can buy potentially hundreds of spoons with 1 gem. I wrote game, I meant gem. Or you can go down the more reasonable way of just asking what his dad found so fascinating about spoons. Yeah, take care. We'll talk again once I'm more settled in. Once your internet's fixed. Why didn't your dad collect hands? If hands are spoons. That's true. It would be quite the grisly sight. That's not how you spell grizzly. Is that the right word? Oh yeah, that is correct. It'd be quite the grisly sight to have a goblin walking around with hands. A bunch of severed hands. Sounds like something the evil... What would be, there'd be like an... Would be like a different faction of goblins. There'd be like forest goblins. What could be the evil ones? Where can goblins live? Like, they live in the sewers. Okay, that's kind of, that makes sense. Maybe they're like cave goblins. Evil cave goblins would do. House goblins, where they dig into between the walls of the house and live there. And that's so fucking... They were called like wall goblins. Oh my god. How about mind goblins? And he'll make a mind goblin D's nuts joke. No, I can't do that. That might be a bit too much. That might be a bit too much for this game. Then again, I have to. Like, I have an opportunity to put a D's nuts joke in my game. Okay, if anybody asks, I'll say that chat wanted it, and because one of our values is collaboration with the community, that if I didn't do it, I'd be breaking the values of my company, so I had to do it. Sounds like something the evil mind goblins would do. Mind goblins? Question mark. Mind goblin these nuts. Human. Fuck me. Fuck. Oh god. I can see the physical pain of it's the thing is, it's just gonna be really fucking funny though. It's like, it's one of those moments that if a player gets this far into this stupid fucking spoon conversation and goes specifically down this path, like, do you know how many? They just have to make so many specific choices to get to here that the moment a player gets to here, this is a very memeable, marketable moment. And the thing is, if I put like I don't think these nuts jokes are going anywhere. I really don't think they're going anywhere. I can put this into my game and it's not going to age poorly with time. It's still going to be relevant. It's like, I don't know, it's like LOL or something. Like people are going to keep using LOL and Keck for at least the next 10, 20 years. Stretch. Someone gets into this conversation, give them some special ingredient. It'd be fucking funny. Some super rare nuts. Yeah, like maybe as his way of like a kind of like apologizing. He's like, here's this weird nut I found when I was it's a spoon-shaped nut. It is a spoon-shaped nut. He gives you a nut that looks like a fucking spoon. The lore. The player's response is just going to be three dots. That's it. Just dot dot dot. It was low-hanging fruit. I had to do it though. Get out. I mean, you can just tell him to leave. Just leave. Should that end the encounter? I think that might be a bit too harsh, because like the player might mean it in a "get out of here, stalker." Damn it. The player might mean it in like a joking way. You can say either, and it'll just be like both. They're both kind of just joking responses. But then he makes another balls joke here. It's low-hanging fruit. You can just run at ridiculously high speed after the 3 dots. You haven't played it, the NPCs constantly spam that line with the same. No, I have played all the Stalker games multiple times. They're one of my favorites. It's one of my favorite series. It's very janky and very buggy, but there's nothing quite like Stalker out there. If you haven't played it yet, too, there's a oh god, what's it called? It wasn't for Shadow of Chernobyl, was it? It was... I forget the name of it. There's a really difficult mod for, I think it was Call of Pripyat. What was it called? Was it Anomaly? Oh god, I don't remember the name of it. It was one of the inspirations for my Darkest Dungeon overhaul. No, it wasn't. Okay, it was a mod that makes Stalker harder. I don't remember. It wasn't like this NLC 7. I don't know what that was. Misery, that was it. It was Stalker Misery. Yeah, this one for Call of Pripyat. It's warning me. This was very good. I really enjoyed this. This was really difficult though. Like, just... It was misery to play. But it was fun. Put on a CD stored in another town, but if I can get good, I might do that. On account of playing multiplayer games, a lot of mods I play are to make games harder. Yeah, I really enjoy some difficulty mods. I don't do it as much anymore, but it's mainly because I have too many games to play, and I know that, you know, I'm going to be increasing the amount of time it takes for me to complete a game if I make it harder. I don't know, maybe that's just me. Can't I reward the player? Can't I have an event that rewards the player but doesn't end the encounter? Keep input on after. Keep input on UI after closed. That should be marked as true. And then I should be able to make a spoon. A nut spoon. A spoon-shaped nut. I doubt that I can find something like this on Google Images, right? Maybe I can use Midjourney to generate it. Let's do it. /imagine spoon-shaped tree nut stylized. Now let's do it. Fucking spoon-shaped tree nut. Looks so stupid. These kind of look shitty. They like tried to like make a spoon. Even Midjourney doesn't know what I want. Look at these. So bad. A spoon made out of I don't know how to word it. I just need like an image to throw into here's an icon. Tree nut shaped like a spoon. Let's try that. A tree nut shaped like a spoon. It just keeps trying to make like spoons. Like actual metal spoons. It can't fathom the truth that our hands are spoons and that everything is meant to be a spoon. That's a bit better. If this was like the other way around, this would look great. I feel like if we ask it to do it again with a different seed. It's kind of good because I accidentally let my mid-journey thing start fresh. I let my subscription renew, and I didn't mean to, so I guess we'll get use out of it. Fuck. This one's pretty good, but it has a human hand in it. I could edit that out. Like the one in the upper right is pretty decent. I could edit out the hand. Let's do that. I'll upscale it, download it, and then we'll open it up in Photoshop. Not photos. Get out of here. Okay, I need to download this. Why can't I right-click download this? I need to log in. Oh, here we go. Download. PNG. I can probably... try to magic wand it. Where's the lasso? Quick selection. And maybe get lucky on this. I don't need it to be super precise, I just need it to be decent. Try to get the tip of it. This is so dumb. I mean, I think that's pretty good. So stupid. A fucking spoon-shaped nut. Alright. Alright, I guess we have a new ingredient. You know, we'll figure out the exact effects of it later, but... Oh, you know what I bet we could do? Hold on. We could save. We could probably save information of the potion that was given to the NPC. Right now we just save like which effects were given, but we could save the specific ingredients that were used, and maybe if you used the spoon-shaped nut to make a potion for Spoon, he'll be able to taste it. Like, did you use that nut that I gave you? It had such a perfect taste to it. You know, it was just so smooth, and it enhanced my view of the world. This is so stupid though. Okay, let's save this. I want to make the whole thing a bit smaller. I should be able to scale the whole thing down. Actually, it's pretty good. Did you use my nut in your potion? Do you know I'm allergic? Holy shit. A goblin found dead. Autopsy reveals he had a nut allergy. Holy shit. That would be pretty good. T_spoon nut. The bad ending. All right, let's make it. You loading up here? There we go. Ingredient, spoon, nut, N. What do we want to be able to do with the nut? Is a nut a fruit? One. Is a nut a fruit? It's not a fruit because it wouldn't have seeds in it. Or nuts are actually fruits. Okay, so it's technically a fruit. Okay. Nut is a nut. Yeah, nut's what your mom got on her face. Wait, what? Yeah, apparently nut's a fruit. I thought like fruit had to have seeds inside of it. Categorize nuts under D's. Holy shit. We could tag it with D. We do have tags in the game. We could tag nuts with D's. I was thinking too if there was maybe a secret gun that you could unlock in our game. Like easy mode. For people who can't fight well in games, we could just give them a gun. Do we even have any nuts in the game already? We had hazelnut. Ground cooked. Smart gun that aims. You probably will need some auto aim actually. Normal, ground, cooked. Found in the forest. During the summer and autumn. I won't give it any flavor or effects yet. We need the art first. Icons. Pull that in. Fucking spoon nut. Hey, why does it have the fingers in it? Oh. Am I crazy? Because look, you can see the fingers in the fuck? Oh. That's why. It's kind of creepy. Because it has the alpha channel, which that makes sense actually. I guess I don't think about it right, that's how it works when you have an alpha channel. I'm just talking about Aliens vs Predator 2 the other day, the game where every team has OP sci-fi stuff. Isn't there a new Aliens game coming out? It's not that one, is it? We need strings for this too. Exports. Most aliens related games are severely flawed. I thought people liked Isolation though. Although it was too long. From what I heard. Isolation is too goofy to be scary and too simple to be fun. Oh, really? I can't really play horror games, so I can't comment on it personally. Spoon shaped nut. Should it have a hyphen? Would it be spoon shaped nut or spoon shaped nut to define a nut that looks like a spoon? Oh yeah, it is compound. It is popular. It is popular. But I'm with you. I have some pretty hot takes about stuff that's popular. Okay, reward player with ing spoon nut n 1. What's interesting thing about it was the androids. It constantly could have made them a lot more spooky and interesting. I do remember seeing that. Yeah, it was. They were pretty terrifying, but I think it could have leaned a bit harder into them. For being such a good sport, here's something I found. I was traveling the road. Nature itself teaching us ways of the world. Okay? What did you find? And that will be when it pops up with the spoon-shaped nut. In all of its glory. Crazy, right? I only used it to eat some soup. Some rat soup I made. It'll be sad to see it go. I'm glad I could give it to you. Give it to someone like you. This narrative 3 is narrative 3. How you doing, Turning Cog? Grade 8 recipe for disaster quest done. Nice work, that too. We're writing a lot about spoons. To put it in very simply, we're writing about spoons. My spoon is too big. Nice. Okay, hopefully this works. If not, we'll have to fix that bug. I guess I could try it. Let me put a reward on this and we'll see if it works. The wild tree. This is just for lore as well. This is just to learn about the. This is actually only to covers 3 main questions. How did he get his name? Where does he come from? And does he have any family? And they lead down these wild pathways. And this is actually just lore about his personal self. So there's also going to be lore about like goblins as a race and stuff like that. So yeah, it's gonna get a bit deeper. And we've added some custom stuff to it. Primarily the backgrounds here that change based on different events that can occur. So it's easy to see at a glance what's going on. Why do you sound like you were down a well? Because this... it's a perfect way to put it. This room has really bad acoustics. I should be getting some sound... some soundproofing pads. Look. I should be getting some soundproofing pads this week and installing them in here. Hopefully that'll help a bit. But it's just like it's a big square room. I don't know. This is what it is. And I don't like having the microphone like in my face. So this is what we have to deal with. Getting hot in here, hold on. Probably because you entered the chat turning cog. I'm getting hot now. Have you guys? I don't know if you guys have seen my. I had this made. My oh, that seeds. Camera. I had this made. My hoodie. And it's got a logo version on the front as well. You want one? I could send one to you. Yeah, I want a t-shirt as well. I need to get a t-shirt. I need to lose some weight though, so I look good in t-shirts. They look like a disgusting... fatty. I don't wear hoodies. I like zip-up hoodies. I don't like the non-zip-up ones. Because zip-ups are nice because I can unzip if I'm getting too hot, and I can move the sleeves up if I'm getting too hot. They're versatile. I'd hear like Mr. Rogers with a cardigan. That's amazing too. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I wanted to test the reward. Reward player, keep input, ing, spoon, nut, n, 1. The spoon-shaped nut. Dude, it looks so stupid. Hey, it works though. Perfect, okay. It's working. A lot of menu, it is a lot of menu, isn't it? I mean, it has to be like you're being rewarded with a with an ingredient. You have to be able to see what the ingredient is. But it could be more visually appealing because right now it's just not. But it's not meant to be. It's just a prototype. This has a bit better contrast though. Why don't your dad collect hands if hands are spoons? It's not a savage. The way they stare reminds me of that Code Miko thing. Code Miko. It does sound familiar. Once we have actual like facial animations linked up to this, it'll look a lot better. VR person on Twitch. Oh yeah, I know which one. Yeah. I mean, you have Beetle as well with Neurosama. Although Neurosama has really good animations. Collecting hands sounds like something the evil mind goblins would do. Oh. And this is where you get the mind goblin these nuts joke. And he rewards you with the spoon-shaped nut. Yeah, we have a D's nuts joke in our game. It's gonna sell like hotcakes. Yeah, there's only one direction. I mean, once you talk about mind goblins, there's only one direction you can go with it. Watch some Neuro stuff, but mainly to see how he deals with all the horrible flaws in current AI tech. Mainly he talks around it. Yeah, Neurosama is just like that, just like fun, easy entertainment to watch. It's kind of funny though that she performs better than a lot of real people on Twitch. Most real people. He's good at making content. Like, they're actually, like, VTubers are really good at making content. That's something that I think that a lot of people don't understand. You know, when they say, oh, you know, people are watching VTubers more than they're watching real women. It's like, because a lot of these VTubers actually are really good at making content. Which is what Twitch is about. Sitting in a fucking kiddie pool, licking a microphone, gets old real fast. Most real people normally lack a breath. That's true. Okay, is this all connected up? Let's continue writing the line where you piss him off. Okay, but you don't understand. Spoons are cheap. I could buy as many spoons as I wanted as long as I have the gold. Someone would just make more spoons for me. He responds, spoons are useful. Gold doesn't do anything. Best I can do is swallow a piece of gold, but it doesn't do anything good for my stomach, and it just comes out the other end. Trust me, I've tried it. But a spoon can scoop up anything. It has a use. You can even have a spoonful of gold. That means that the gold is still useless, but the spoon has a use. Wall, sit and think about what you're doing. I'm running out of wall to even sit near. Damn, bruh. I can buy more spoons in a day than your father could steal in his lifetime. Oh yeah, we were gonna make him remember if you... if you understood that hands are spoons. That's right, so when you choose this, we need to save a choice. Understood that hands are spoons. That's the name of the choice, and it is true. And by default, you will not understand that hands are spoons. It's forbidden knowledge. And so that way we can have a condition here. Condition saved choice. Understood that hands are spoons. True. And understood that hands are spoons. False. And this line of dialogue is just going to lead down to him getting really pissed at you if you continue with it, and then leaving forever. Back in the dad, what a low blow. The way people call themselves YouTubers is itself a deceptive practice because there are people with million-dollar backing making very organized efforts to utilize the technology with intent and execution. And there's a layer of merely sponsored pseudo-cam girls that just swear in a high-pitched voice. Then there's the widest casual layer of people that barely pay attention to what their 2D or 3D model is doing. I don't know, it depends. I think there's as many cliques of VTubers as there are real streamers. So you have ones that are doing some deceptive stuff, of course, but you also have ones that are part of larger organizations, ones that are on their own. Some people just don't they don't want to be on a cam, they want to hide their identity. You know, some people do it for the sexual nature, some do it just because it's easier for them, like they don't have to think about it. Like if you know Asmongold, you know that he's got this funny relationship with this streamer called Kashi. And I mean, there's nothing sexualized about this at all. She just does it to hide her identity. And if you there's also people. Oh God, what's her name? I don't know. It's like you just have different types of streamers that do it for different reasons. Just like real streaming. Let me do a wall sit while you guys argue. For 30 seconds. Ooh. Oh. Oh, I have a printer. Do you guys want me to print the spoon-shaped nut? Let me do that. Let me print the spoon-shaped nut for you guys. Hold on, where is it? Spoon nut. Right click, print. Normal quality. Okay. Here we go. I'll do that while I'm wall sitting. Okay, it's printing. Any streamer is deceptive because they put up a persona. Not every streamer puts up a persona. I certainly don't have the effort to put up a persona. I just be myself on stream. Already enough work making games. Oh! We have the nut. Here is nut. Spoon-shaped nut. Here it is. Smells like paper. We can hang this on the wall. We can get a frame for it. I don't know how much it would cost. How much would an A4, hold on, maybe A4 sized frame. I can get one from IKEA for like, how much would that be? Okay, if somebody donates $10 roughly, I can get a frame to frame the spoon-shaped nut. Okay? I will leave it untouched, unfettered, until somebody wants to sponsor the framing of the spoon-shaped nut. I'll print it at a higher quality too if somebody does that. To pay for the ink that it costs. I could buy more spoons in a day than your father could steal in his lifetime. Human, you didn't even understand.
Anonymous tipped $10, don't know why, but sure.
Alright, I'll frame the fucking spoon-shaped nut. Okay, where can you guys see? Hold on, I'll point. Can you guys see back here? Like, do you guys see this line? Because if you can see around that point, I can frame it up there. Probably put it in view of the small camera. Yeah, but I'm also gonna be getting a green screen, right? Or maybe not. Maybe just fuck the green screen. Or I could have the. What do you guys want? You have a nut cam? That's for my OnlyFans. I do have a nut cam on my OnlyFans. That's how you raise money for Cauldron Chronicles. I don't think a green screen is like super necessary for game dev, right? But if we're playing a game, a green screen is great. Those are my thoughts on it. So maybe I can get one of the ones that like rolls up. Or the one that you put on the back of the chair. But I think the problem is that my camera is a little bit too far away. Or the one that goes around the chair to adequately cover my entire background. I don't know. The one that you can like roll up and down, I think would be the better choice. Human, you didn't even thank. By the way, thank you Anonymous for donating $10 so that frame. I can frame the spoon-shaped nut picture. It's beautiful. Photo of the year right here. Human, you didn't even understand that your hands are spoons. You think you can buy tons of spoons? How many spoons do you have right now? Probably one. And after I get done with you, you'll have 0. Because I'll steal it. It'd be pretty funny if you piss him off and maybe you have like just like a table in your hut where you know, with the utensils and stuff, and a spoon just goes missing. Need to find a place to make a plushie. I need my son as a plush. If you find a place that makes plushies here in Poland, let me know. I'll make a Riley the Raptor plushie. Okay. If you understood that hands are spoons true, maybe he's a bit nicer to you. Another streamer I know would have a romance route from there. I demand a spin-off game called SPOOOOONNNSSS Chronicles, where it turns out the spoon nut is an object of power for which nations fought a covert war to obtain and rule the world. Damn it. Okay, we'll give the player like one last chance just to say like, alright, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to antagonize you. Or you can just go further down. This is like the last chance to get out of here. The last chance you have. What if the goblin pays you in spoons? Just brings back more spoon nuts. Maybe if you accept this spoon nut here, if you help him out and he's happy with what potions you give him, he just brings you more spoon nuts as well. Like, oh, and on the way back I found more spoon nuts. He's just your source of spoon nuts. These dialogue notes a default UE feature? No, they aren't. They are part of narrative 3. Is this plugin. It has a full dialogue and quest system, as well as camera angles and ability to tie in animations and lip sync to it. It's not the easiest in terms of like, it has a lot of functionality out of the gate, but in order to properly utilize it, I think you do need a little bit of deeper Unreal Engine knowledge. You won't have any spoons. I buy them all up and give you none of them. He brings you spoon nuts a few times. You have a dialogue option to ask where he even gets those, and turns out he's an ancient squirrel artifact that changes stuff into nuts and just happens to use it for spoons. This is going so deep. It is like $300 for narrative 3, so be a little mindful of that aspect. But if you plan to use it in a lot of games, you know, it's an investment. You won't have a head if I cut it off. You barely even have a head, and it's probably empty. Just insult him. At least I understand the truth about spoons. The world isn't flat. It's just gonna be like just this line of insults back and forth before he just leaves. Maybe I'll make a few options here. Your mum is flat. Hope all your spoons turn flat so they can't function anymore. That's it. I'm leaving. You've insulted me. You've insulted my beliefs. And worst of all, you're a spoon denier. Fine, get out of here. It's just the end of it. End encounter. Okay, let's see. If you apologize to him. Whatever. I've heard worse down in the sewers. I don't even know how to describe what this is all led into. We have D's nuts jokes, we have flat earth mentions, we have yo mama jokes. And this all stems from asking him if he has any family. Ridiculous. Actually, not in all that experience you have arguing with yourself in the shower. Yeah. I do that a lot. I mostly just close my eyes in the shower and I have weird visions of like shapes. Oh, I didn't even post that I was live today. Oops, let me do that real quick. A bit late for it, but whatever. Oops. Forgot to post that I'm currently live on Twitch with more dialogue writing for our goblin thief named Spoon, who may or may not have beliefs of a flat world. And also makes a "these nuts" joke to you in dialogue. Perfect. Only 3.5 hours in, no biggie yet. Whatever. And then I'll just quit right here. I'll just post it and then I'll just quit. Like fuck it. I do need to get my bot back on because I feel like maybe the Discord bot has kind of been helping my YouTube videos grow a bit. Maybe I'm wrong. It's either that or, and this is probably the more likely scenario, that people were much more interested in watching the development when we were focusing on the visual aspects of the game, and now that we're just stuck in writing dialogue, it's like there's nothing interesting to watch. You basically just be watching a podcast, and nobody really wants to watch that, so that's probably what it is. Like to see, yeah, people do like to see the nice looking game, which is one of the reasons that I kind of defied prototype conventions, and I put, you know, I built up a level here. It did waste some time that wasn't really necessary, but I also think that it helps to draw in players to what we're making. Okay, I think these all lead to something. Micro cheater. Is it cheating? If anything, it's just I'm not making a traditional prototype. Not in every aspect, at least. But I have different goals, like traditional prototype, you don't show to any players, so they don't ever need to see it, and nobody on the team is going to be... They would just look at concept art and say, okay, this is what the game is supposed to look like, here are some references, we get it. We're game devs, we understand. Players won't really get that, though. So having this, I think, is great, just to... at least let people come in and see, okay, this is kind of what the game's going to look like, 3D, open world. I understand. So what exactly was it about spoons that fascinated your dad so much? He could have collected anything. Okay, this is where we get into the fetish. He just had this fascination with them. Did I spell that right? Not sure I can describe it, since I don't much understand it. He was always talking about how they looked and felt, even how they smelled and tasted. We're gonna have a small little loop of dialogue here where the player can ask about those different senses and get responses. think this will work. How they looked. How they felt. How they smealed. They tasted. What happens if we add an empty dialogue and connect it up? And then at the end we had them jump back to this node. I wonder if it would keep the text that was on there before. It might. Jesus Christ. How deep this goes. That's spoons. Fuck off. Autosave. I'm just kidding, I actually really enjoy the autosave. Okay, he loved the way the metal spoons... Wait, this is how they looked. He would caress the designs in his fingers. Embracing the handles with both soft and firm grips. He would talk about how different shapes made his would make him feel different emotions when he held the spoon in his hands. Emotions. Right how they felt. Oh. This is actually about how they felt. I need to hold on. Wrong one. Put that here. He would polish the metal ones for hours and hours until his reflection was visible. And in the wooden ones, he would about how he looked. Size was also an important factor. Sometimes he wanted smaller spoons, sometimes larger. Each spoon size had its own purpose. It's kind of just sounding like penises, to be honest, but we'll let the player draw connections. I'm gonna change smell to sounded. This will be important for a later puzzle solution, yeah. That's true. Maybe his dad will get out of prison. And you'll be able to talk about spoons with him. He always went on about how the spoons sounded depending on what they hit. Some nights you could hear him tapping spoons together or against the ground in order to make different sounds. Sometimes he would lick the spoons carefully, no matter what substance was on them. He even liked rusty spoons. He said each lick was like tasting the bosom of a goddess. Alright. That's enough. I think I've asked enough about spoons for the moment. Thank you for enlightening me. Anytime, human. Ooh, do that. I bet. Okay, and that's where the player can just continue on and go back to whatever the hell they were talking about. See, you have a dialogue graph. Hey, Implodey, I do. It's not mine, though. But it is a dialogue graph. Looks a lot more workable than the JSON. It 100% is. There's no doubt about that. very glad we did this. And we'll just have that jump back to here. And I hope that'll work. Actually, we only need one. We can just do this. I don't know why I'm making individual. Okay. That should work. Hopefully. And we'll just need to then connect up the... We'll just need to make the short version. We need to take all of this and make a very short version, which I think will just be him explaining some of the rough aspects of the lore, and then that's it. On a positive note, I may have a topic for my BSc thesis, not sure how. Write whatever you want in there. I'm gonna check it after I get back from the bathroom. But I'd love to hear it. Actually, the music is about to end too. Let me put some more on. Alright, BRB. Ooh, it's hot in here. GPUs, perhaps. Extremely new feature in Direct 3D12. I have a package at.
Guys, you gotta think about this as a business venture. All right, the three of us combining our ingredients, making
Hey,
like
Cromsey,
one
thank you for the
gigantic,
raid.
delicious green pie. Some little kid's sucking it down and he's paying us for the pleasure.
How you doing, man? Good to see you. You caught me at a good time. I just got back from the bathroom. We were writing about Jesus, this looks bad. Writing about spoons. And flat Earth. D's nuts. Your mom jokes. Insane Dragon, hey. Hey, yo, game dev. Hell yeah. Gamer, game designer, or game designer today? Game designer today. Narrative designer. That's new for me. I don't think I've done narrative design since I worked on Darkest Dungeon. I think that was the last time I did any sort of narrative design. Okay, we need a short version of this. And I also need to finish writing up a few of these nodes. What were you streaming today, Rossi? Gems worthless. Love Kumquat Skibidi, your mom gate. Jesus Christ. There's no Skibidi, okay? We're not gonna be, there's no Skibidi toilet in here. But there is some toilet humor. We also printed, I have a printer. We printed a photo of a spoon made out of a tree nut that we have been, somebody donated so that we can frame this. Oh, you're doing some Dragon Age Inquisition. Nice, nice, nice. Who are you romancing? Spoon Nut. Holy shit, I love that name. Fuck, that's so much better. Okay, I need to change the name to that. That's actually perfect. So we named it a spoon-shaped nut. But spoon nut is so much better. Actually, I can just do it a bit easier. Spoon nut. Romance, I barely talk to people. Oh, did you just start the game? Chunky spoon nut butter. That's good too. Alright, there we go. All good. Spoon nut. Maybe I can have him specifically mentioned as a spoon nut. I call them spoon nuts. Go. Like 13 hours in the game, but I feel like I'm going through it very slowly. I don't know. I've tried to finish Inquisition 3 times now, and I've never finished it. And the reason is because, number one, the hinterlands fucking suck. They're the largest, most annoying bullshit area in the game, and it's the first area that it throws you into. I've had better success getting further in the game the moment I leave the hinterlands, but still, I'm like a completionist, and I think the game is just really, really poorly designed for completionists because it's made like an MMO where there's just tons of really pointless grinds. I only just left the hinterlands, so we played the same way. Let's put it that way. We definitely played the same way. I don't know. The game just has a lot of like really pointless grinds. It was not designed the best in that regard. Golden gem's worthless. Yeah, ain't worth 2 farts. Let me continue though. I love collecting random shards all across the map. I did the same thing. I can't not play that way. I'm just really not a fan of what they did with Inquisition and Andromeda, Mass Effect Andromeda. I feel like they were both kind of designed in a very similar way. I would not be surprised to find similar designers, or the same designer worked on the open world design of both games, personally. Now I need to know. Dragon Age Inquisition credits. Endgame credits. Did they have a lead open world designer? Art and animation. Keith Warner was the world lead. Okay. Mass Effect Andromeda credits. It might have just been that 2 different people coming to similar conclusions about making the worst open worlds to explore. Audio. There's gameplay designers. Oh, here's level designers. Colin Campbell was lead. No, these are different people. There's 2 Campbells, though. Space lead. Those damn Campbells, yeah. God damn it. Keith Warner was here. Wait, did Andromeda come out before Inquisition? 2017. Wait, he was the world lead in Inquisition, but was demoted to just regular level designer for Andromeda. Oof. That is an oof. People do, you're very right, Military. People do tend to copy flawed systems because it feels safer. You're 100% right. In fact, I've had somebody do that with my own design. And it's not that I'm upset about it. I'm more just kind of like, I don't know what the right word for it is. I don't mind somebody copying me, but I'm not a fan of somebody who shares my who is also a game designer, taking the things that I made, putting it into their game, and thinking that that's going to make their game good. It's like they're not understanding why it worked in game A, and they think oh, systems were good in game A, so let me copy it to game B, and that game will be good too. It's like, no, it's like this system that it works over here, it doesn't work in your game. And you're just copying it because it worked over here. Annoying. I'm gonna get some post-stream care. Have a great stream. Yeah, take care, Crossy. Thank you for the raid. You started on Dragon Age Origins, got to the Mage Tower, and decided the game was too ugly to continue. And I'm not even talking from the point of a gacha addict. The last time I played Origins was January 2016, when those games were barely worth talking about. Origins could really use a... it could really use a overhaul. Remake. That's the word I'm thinking for. Lead designers, early development. Why does this say lead designers, early development? That doesn't bode well. I mean, I guess if we know what happened with Mass Effect Andromeda, that makes more sense. I don't know. There was a lot of similarities here. Don't make your open worlds like those two games. Bullshit checklists for completionists. Okay, so the sewer shaman. I feel like there should be more lore about the sewer shaman. Her name's Snail. She comes from a long line of sewer shamans. Capable of predicting the flow of sewage. And dishing out prophecies to the clan. You don't like the sound of Poop Wizard? Poop Wizard's pretty fucking funny. Maybe you can insult him. Did you just call her Sewer Shaman a Poop Wizard? Be kind of funny. She's a fat bastard, though. Always eats way too much. We're thinking of drowning her in the sewage and replacing her. Like, yeah, she just eats too much. Gotta go. Making us all starve. Yeah, that looks good. Anyways, my dad had another plan. You steal 3 pieces of gold or 3 gems. What do you have? What do you have, Chad, if you steal 3 pieces of gold or 3 gems? Using an unfamiliar washing machine, the localized manual has every instance of laundry translated into linens. That's weird. I didn't like put any numbers in here, did I? I need to make sure that I spell out numbers. I think we're okay. Okay, so you can ask him for a short version of all this, right? Which is great, because nobody wants to go through all this. Unless you really want to. I'm just going to have him... It's going to be so short that it's going to raise way more questions than it answers. Sewer shaman gave my dad a prophecy. So my dad collected spoons, and now I'm a thief. Like that's perfect. Or we'll add even more to it. We'll do Sewer Shaman gave my dad a prophecy, so my dad collected spoons. He's in jail, and now I'm a thief. That's the short version. And you'll have the option to like, okay, on second thought, I need to hear more. On second thought, I would like to hear more details. Okay, that makes... You can just say, okay, that makes sense. And that's it. On second thought, I would like more details. We'll take you up there. And then you can enter this dialogue. And then this will just take you back to the lore loop. Copy event. Paste event. All good. Oh, we need this to save a choice too. That the thief won't want to do business with you. Thief wants to do business. False. Okay, I think that does it. I think that covers everything for this line of dialogue. It would be really cool too if we could get Twitch integration into this. I don't know how much players use the Twitch integration in Baldur's Gate 3 for choosing dialogue. So I don't know if it's worth it. But it might be pretty easy to implement. Yeah, there should be a plugin for Twitch integration. I think it's a plugin made directly by Twitch. If you don't gear the dialogue toward it, it might be pretty lame in practice. It's possible. It's like, I don't know if any streamer necessarily wants to play a game like this. And what am I thinking of? I don't know if anybody wants to play a game like this and not be able to choose their dialogue. Yeah, BG3 did have a lot of dice rolling. Now there's a $5 Twitch integration plugin. There's a witch. Actually, this wasn't bad if we just wanted a model in. Break chat message data. That's pretty cool. On cheer. On message. What does this support though? It'll just fire every time the channel receives a message. And on cheer, on send message, on sub, and on connection changed. So it's more just like a chat integration. It's not like voting. It's not like a, you know, it's not anything further with the API. There's this one. This one looks a bit more integrated. I don't know, I'll have to think about it. That's something that we have to prototype if we wanted it. But I'm not against adding it. I think Twitch integration is really cool. And if there's a way that we can do it, I'd love to look into it. Kind of a cool character. Rig to epic skeleton. There are no animations. Well, it's rigged to the epic skeleton, so it will have default animations. And it looks kind of nice. We don't really need it though. If anything, we'll need a goblin. Kind of a nice goblin. You'd make a good spoon. We'll look into that. Wait for Unreal to introduce Twitch integrated programming. Chat voting on whether or not a function actually gets called, so the dev rips hair out trying to figure out what's wrong. Holy shit. That'd be pretty funny. Okay, do you have any family? Why are you asking? Bored a spoon already? No, I'm just curious. Got a family, had a brother but he drowned, had a dad. So we're gonna go into, your dad was a thief too? Taught me everything he knew he did. Imagine a goblin here, by the way. Don't imagine Blue Dick Boy, but imagine a goblin. Did frequent raids into Golemstone, usually looking for scraps or spoons. Dad loved collecting those spoons. They ended up biting one of his favorites. Typo. Ended up biting one of his favorites. I'm just putting that over in text so I can fix that later. Is that how you got your name? Yeah, old bastard could never shut up about spoons. Spoon this, spoon that, spoon, spoon, spoon. So, where's your dad now? Round in a Golemstone jail for all I know. Why'd he end up in jail? I thought you said he... Is it cutting off dialogue options because they're too long? It is. I need to fix that. Hold on. Does it do that by default? No. I can turn that off. Fix the typo. Go. And then we'll find that UI and make it not so shit for our needs. Not in here, it would be in here. Yeah, it's getting the length. Only part of that is not the manual is how to use the machine, so I had to wing it. Of course. Of course. Chat voting to move a random object in the world by a random value between 5 centimeters and 100 centimeters. Yeah, it could be like a crowd control with Unreal. I could just set the text directly. Like essentially if I just did this, it would render properly. Couple designers would be suffering through trying to find that one flying object. Yeah, that looks better. Alright. It's also putting some spacing in between creation of these. I want to see if I can fix that too. Is it doing it on... Construct? No. I can diagnose it, hold on. Yeah, there's just a lot of padding around it. Can I override it here? There's a minimum height. Yeah, that's it. Play reply box. That's kind of loud. There it is. Minimum height is 60. When he walks up to you, looks like he's gonna try to convince you to bind into his MLM scheme. He does kind of strut up to, doesn't he? So if I set this to 0. There still seems to be some padding. Actually, that's not bad. Set it to 5. I also want to put the numbers in there for the one that you're choosing, because at some point it will be controllable with keyboard and mouse. Thank you, Mighty Rob, for the follow.
Desk in that office. There is no Carol in HR.
Welcome to the channel. You have followed 2 whole game devs. Are you a game dev yourself, Madi, or are you just like just a gamer? Just a player? What am I doing? Just gay? Is he gay? Any hot dudes, Madi, that you recommend? I could put a separate widget in here for the... Narrative button dialogue. Where's this getting made, though? Here. We would need to send it the index. Bangs is a hot Polish dude. I can tell from the sound of his son. You can tell if dads are hot by their sons? I guess that makes sense. The same way that, like, you can have, like, the really ugly dudes banging, like, really hot women, and you have just these insanely good-looking daughters. It's probably the same the other way around, right? Like, ugly lady, hot dude, and you end up with, like, really good-looking son. But your daughters look like trash. Is that too much of a hot take? I mean, the stream is tagged with hot takes only, so... You know, you get what you ask for, right? Set option number. I'm just gonna copy the font style of this. Copy. Pasta. Or of this one. I like the color of this. Copy. pasta. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, set option number needs a input. Meow! Destroyer, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You guys get 3 free emotes, by the way, as a follower. You get our hi, our lurk, and our cat emote. For free? Wow, yeah, it's completely free. No take backsies. Kinda sucks you can't use follower emotes everywhere, just on the channel. Oh, really? I thought you could use them everywhere. Hydrate? Okay, I'll hydrate. Integer, suffix, just a period. Set text. Always complaining about how games exist. I didn't see that before. I complain about how certain games exist too. I think I'm kind of shooting myself in the foot a little bit because I complain a ton about games and game developers. Complain. That was unfortunately not what was crashing into the World Trade Centers. Would have been a much different event had that been the case. Oof. Getting spicy this Monday. Okay, does this work? Should work. Hold on, we need to do index +1. That makes a whole lot of sense. I was enjoying Valheim a while ago, and then I found the epic loot mod that turns it into more of an RPG experience. Now I can't play the vanilla game because I'm spoiled by quality of life and better defined game mechanics. I have seen that happen quite a few times. Okay, this looks nicer. Yeah. I might do something too with the dialogue option, kind of like taking you back to the dialogue loop, like a different color or something. I don't know. We can look into that. Got a haircut from a barber once, who once cut the hair of one of the 9/11 hijackers. Really? I thought they didn't shave though. Guess they still cut their hair. He could have fixed it. He could have prevented it. Okay, hold on. Let's go deeper into this. I want to see if these kind of things work. Being away for 10 minutes and now the topic's 9/11. Yes. Can I ask something about you? I want a more personal question. Do you have any family? Just curious. Your dad? Why'd your dad love spoons so much? I don't fucking know. Do I go ask him? He's in Gollumstone jail for all I know. Why'd he end up in jail? I thought you said he was one of the best thieves in the business and never got caught. He got caught stealing spoons. Is he really the best thief if he got caught? Of course, he'll just steal the jail cell keys when he's ready to escape. He's probably stealing the spoons that they gave to him when they feed him. What is your mother's maiden name? What is the name of your first pet? If you had to choose 3 numbers to protect your credit card, what would they be? I believe your dad got caught spooning spoon. So why spoons? Bit of a long story, but I can share it if you want. How long? Why doesn't he have the option to give the short version? Did we hook it up? Yeah, it should be there. It should be, on second thought, give me the short version. But it's not showing up. Did you commit? I mean, it should be there. It was compiled. Oh wait, you first have to ask how long. Hold on. Never mind. How long? How long it got? My old man was quite obsessed with these things. I want to hear every detail. We had this sewer shaman. What was her name again? Smell? No. Sewage? Wait, I know. It was Snail. Very revered woman she was, always telling people how to live their lives. Anyway, she told my dad that his children would only be as successful in their lives as he was with thievery in his. Now, us sewer goblins aren't bad with thieving, quite a common profession. My dad wasn't as smooth-brained as some of those ugly assholes. Other ugly assholes. They all chose to steal gold and gems. Worthless if you ask my dad. You have a sewer shaman? Snail, she comes from a long line of sewer shamans, capable of predicting the flow of sewage and dishing out prophecies to the clan. She's a fat bastard, though. Always eats way too much. We're thinking of drowning her in the sewage and replacing her. Anyways, my dad had another plan. You steal 3 pieces of gold or 3 gems. What do you have? Depends on how much they're worth. Typical human not understanding math at all. If you have 3 things, it doesn't matter what those things are. You just have 3 of them. My dad understood this better than all the others. Passed those smarts on to me, too. Gold, gems, nonsense like that. Way too secure. You humans don't understand math very well, so you put so much effort into protecting your gold and gems. But what do you leave unprotected and ripe for the picking? I don't know what. Spoons, duh. Everyone's got them. The rich need spoons, the poor need spoons. Spoons are what make this land stay whole, even with the water spilling off the edges all the damn time. What? Stenchus, god of sewers, lives beneath the world, scooping up water that falls down from the edges. He's the one that refills the world's water supply and causes it to rain. That makes sense, please continue. So the thing is, if some shiny shit gem goes missing, you humans cause quite the uproar. But if a spoon goes missing, nobody makes a fart. Gems aren't needed in life. You just look at it. You can't eat it, you can't eat with it. But a spoon's essential. You can turn your hand into a spoon, but you're supposed to wipe your arse with it too. Best not to mix those 2 things. So what do you use instead? A spoon. It's an essential tool of life. Even you humans, dumb as you are, understand the importance of spoons by cutting off the hands of thieves sometimes. One day you'll wake up and become educated. Our hands are spoons? Stenchus designed us all to never be without a spoon. That is why we are able to survive, even if we do not have a proper spoon utensil on us. I suppose you're right, our hands are the best spoons. I have a book about spoons I'll have to bring next time I visit. I know all the words by heart at this point, so I'd love to pass it on to someone else who seems to understand the deeper truth about our hands. You know you can buy potentially hundreds of spoons with 1 gem. I know the math is hard to understand, but having more is better. Gems have no use. If a goblin has 100 gems, he has 100 things to look at, but that's all they do. If he has 100 spoons, he can scoop up 100 things. Hold on, I'm missing a Typo, missing spoons in initial insult. Genius goblin lore. But you don't understand, spoons are cheap. I could buy as many spoons as I wanted, as long as I have the gold. I would have to, make sure that this, wraps around. Spoons are useful, gold doesn't do anything. Best I can do is swallow a piece of gold, but it doesn't do anything good for my stomach, and it just comes out the other end. Trust me, I've tried it. But a spoon can scoop up anything, it has a use. You can even have a spoonful of gold. That means that the gold is still useless, but the spoon has a use. I can buy more spoons in a day than your father could steal in his lifetime. You think you can buy tons of spoons? How many spoons do you have right now? Probably one, and after I get done with you, you'll have 0 because I'll steal it. Alright, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to antagonize you. Now, whatever. I've heard worse down in the sewers. So what exactly was it about spoons that fascinated your dad so much? He could have collected anything. He just had this fascination with them. I'm not sure I can describe it. Hold on. Typo, missing it when talking about the feeling of spoons and stuff. I'll add that. Wait until he learns about the spork. Christ. He was always talking about how they looked and felt, and even how they sounded and tasted. How they looked? He would polish the metal ones for hours and hours until his reflection was visible. The size was also an important factor. Sometimes he wanted smaller spoons and sometimes larger. Each spoon size had its own purpose. I see. How they felt? He would caress the designs in his fingers, embracing the handles with both soft and firm grips. He would talk about how different shapes would make him feel different emotions when he held the spoon in his hands. How they sounded? He always went on about how the spoons sounded depending on what they hit. Some nights you could hear him tapping spoons together or against the ground in order to make different sounds. How they tasted. Sometimes he would lick the spoons carefully, no matter what substance was on them. He even liked rusty spoons. He said each lick was like tasting the bosom of a goddess. Let's see. Wasn't there supposed to be a way to exit from this dialogue? Oh, we didn't connect it up. We just missed it. Okay. Good to know. Shovels are also quite spoon-like. We can't keep adding more spoon lore. Oops. Not sure I can describe it. Uh-oh. Okay, hold on. We just crashed the editor. Don't worry. We didn't like lose anything. I've been better about saving. I have a couple of Tim Cain videos that I wanted to watch today too, after we're done with this. What if you did add an uncomfortable amount of spoon lore, like an entire VN? Okay, so there will be. Before you entered the chat, I was mentioning that I wanted to have a bookshelf in the game, where you can buy books from merchants, find them in dungeons, or NPCs can give them to you. So, you know, kind of like Elder Scrolls, where you can find books and you can learn more about the world, or just read fictional stories in the universe. Spoon mentions that he will bring a book to you about spoons the next time he visits, so that you can educate yourself. So when he does that, you'll then have that book in your bookshelf, and you can read even deeper lore about the spoons. So don't worry, we will have spoon lore. So that you can educate yourself. Liking spoons is understandable. Sometimes you went a bit too far. Remember Daggerfall having actual novels worth of text in certain books before they cut them up into separate books for later game entries? I still think what later games had was enjoyable. It was a good amount, right? It's of course expensive to get all these localized. What I wasn't happy with was actually Baldur's Gate 3. I know, kind of a tangent, but all the like text in Baldur's Gate 3, it was like one paragraph of not so interesting lore, and that was it. Whenever you found like a note, like the game had really bad world building, if you ask me. It was like meant for people who already understood the Forgotten Realms and who played previous Baldur's Gate games. But for people who hadn't played Baldur's Gate, or you know, didn't know too much about Forgotten Realms, the game was not a very good entry point into that lore. Took too much for granted. Typo missing spoons in initial insult. Where's the initial insult? First Elder Scrolls game I played was Morrowind, super impressive to me. Then came Oblivion, embarrassingly underwhelming by comparison. Not every game they make feels like an Oblivion mod to me. I liked both Oblivion and Morrowind. But there's definitely is just like this like step in decline of how much of an RPG these games are. It's like Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim, and it just keeps kind of like going down like this. Like you had I guess you had like Morrowind, Oblivion, Fallout 3, Skyrim, Fallout 4, Starfield. It's like they just keep like losing bits and pieces of what like the RPG elements until they're basically just action games with a few choices. Where was the missing spoons? What was here? And more is better. Jim's having to use... Oh, if he has 100 spoons... Here it was. There we go. Well, for you sort of play a role, but the character you play just is a slave to anyone they meet and has nothing to say about anything. Yeah, I didn't really like the lone wanderer in... I really didn't like him in Fallout 4. I think playing the courier in Fallout New Vegas was more interesting, and it tied into the lore more. And I'm also just really tired of the either your dad is missing or your son is missing. It's like Fallout 3, your dad was missing. Fallout 4, your son is missing, and then the Fallout TV show, your dad is missing. It's like the only one that actually felt kind of different from the Bethesda series, if you want to call it that, the Bethesda series, was Obsidian's New Vegas. Just wait for it. Fallout 5, your mom's gonna be missing or something. Your grandfather's missing. Wait, he was you the whole time. I'm sure they'll do something like that. What the feeling is, I'm missing it. I think we fixed that. We fixed the missing it. Yeah. Okay. This works. We'll write about his mom now. You don't know what happened to your mom? Not really. She got in a fight with Dad soon after I was born. And then traveled on a floater to a different section of the sewers. I hear she's doing alright. But I haven't seen her in many years. You know, Fallout 2, it's funny they let a child play it. I don't know, I miss this deeper RPG element in games that I think modern CRPGs are keeping it alive, but there's almost this assumption that players don't want to read. And I think if you gave players a deeper reason to read and a interesting lore and characters, I think players are very open to reading. I mean, people still play Mass Effect 2, right? Mass Effect 2, very dialogue-driven game. Heavy dialogue-driven game, a lot of choices, a lot of interesting characters, a lot of codex. But some of the fondest parts of like Mass Effect that people enjoy is reading the codex or asking about more, you know, investigation options in the dialogue for characters. Players like reading, they don't mind it when there's something interesting to gain from it. And I want to keep that alive with Cauldron Chronicles. Just give players something interesting to read, give them reasons to read. Teach them that there are potentially pivotal story-changing moments depending on what they say at any point, even in this, which is just lore about the character. You can piss off the character here, and they will never come back to you. You can piss off the character here, and they will never come back to you. You can do it here, and they'll never come back to you. You know, you have this option. Wondering why the Lost Argonian maid has survived so long throughout the ages. People like porn. What was the fight about? In different parts of the sewers? Sorry to hear that. I hope she's doing well. You know, this will be a way for you to, like, obtain reputation from this. Or prestige. Is that a real thing? Do you think in a future game you'll be able to run into the Lost Argonian maid? Like as an actual character? Do you think she is an actual character? When native eat lemon, contract corpus. What? I already recurring characters I here forgot their names. Isn't Maik the liar a recurring character? Yeah, he is. Maik is great. I really hope we'll get him in the next one. It's Hammerfell, right? The next Elder Scrolls game is Hammerfell? I think that's been pretty much confirmed. I don't remember what the fight was about. My dad wouldn't talk about it. Yeah, if there were fights or we had to exile someone, they'd often travel to a different section downstream. Safer, but more isolated. And you didn't get first picks of what came in to the sewer. Hammerfell was the shitty 3D Prince of Persia spin-off thing, wasn't it? Elder Scrolls Adventures Redguard. What are the color folk with a high knife crime stat? Hammerfell was the... Wait. Elder Scrolls series. Hammerfell's the new one. They didn't make any game in Hammerfell, as far as I know. Yeah, there was the I guess they did. There was the Adventures Redguard. So what's the next one going to be then? Maybe it wasn't Hammerfell. I don't know. Yeah, I'm so pissed they did this though. The moment that they released the trailer. Yeah, it was at 2018. I was screaming at the TV. They were only doing it because they were trying to soften the blow of all the shit that was going on with Fallout 76. Maybe I'll see her again after I can get some fame up here above ground. Good luck, Spoon, and that will be a reconnection to the dialogue loop to here. Should give Redguard a go, but even with a visit to PC Gaming Wiki, I don't think my chances will be too great. Is it not available on like GOG? They have it on here. It should be runnable. Like $2.50. I don't know why it's in Polish. There we go. Oh, dude, I really like that they've integrated time to beat. This is what Steam needs to do. Steam 100% needs to integrate time to beat into here. You know how game-changing that would be if I could just look, oh, I'm looking at getting this game. You know, how long do people usually spend in this? Oh, that would be amazing. Okay, that looks good. I'm gonna save a choice here too, that you received the SPOOOOONNNSSS from Spoon. Received SPOOOOONNNSSS. That way he'll continue to bring you more Spoon Nuts. Steam Spy has it? You can put links in the chat too, by the way. I don't block them out. Probably should at some point, but I don't. The thing is, I want a mod for the Steam client that does that. I'm gonna put a color on the reward too for the player. Node color. What color do we want rewards to be? Ooh, bright yellow. Aren't rewards usually gold? True. Not working though. Oh, I think it's only gonna... Oh, there it is. It's working now. Not very bright though, it's kind of hard to see. You got a browser extension that hooks in? I've seen that before. But it only works in the browser version, not the desktop client. What other color can we try here? Orange, maybe? A little hard to see as well. Kind of curious if this works. No, it doesn't. Okay, never mind. Bright purple. The only I have like bright pinkish. It might clash a bit with that. We're running out of colors to use here. I guess the orange isn't bad. We can save bright purple for something else. This looks nice. Doesn't really have much to say about his mom, but that's okay. I think that pretty much covers everything about his family that we wanted to go into. So all of this covers his family. This is for his... where he comes from, and then this is for his name. Next up, does he have any friends? We'll have to figure that out. I'm a bit dialogued out. I'm gonna watch some Tim Cain videos if you guys are okay with that. Let me commit this. Spoon lore. Lore about Spoon's family. Alright, which ones do we want to go over? Goblins are genderless and reproduce asexually in a manner similar to both amoeba and caterpillars. They're pretty funny. I'm kind of curious what this shopping cart theory is, but if I don't know what it is, it may not be an interesting video. Games as actions could be really nice. Learning design from other disciplines I think is great for people wanting to get into game dev and game design. Making a demo. Very important one. What is this shopping cart theory? An individual's moral character can be determined by whether they choose to return a shopping cart to its designated spot after use, or whether they simply leave it wherever it suits them. Okay, that could actually be pretty interesting. What do we want to start with? Learning design from other disciplines, games as actions, or shopping cart theory? Let's start with the shopping cart theory. Sounds pretty interesting. All right, let's go.
Hi everyone, it's me, Tim.
Hi, Tim.
Today I want to talk about shopping cart theory.
Hey, Tim.
This is for game narrative designers or budding
That's very relevant to us because we are writing our narrative.
game narrative designers out there. It's just something for you to think about. It's a very interesting way to think about and frame morality, both in real life and in video games.
Before we start, what do you guys think? Yeah, I feel like everyone needs a refresher. Yeah, I didn't know about shopping cart theory, but what do you think, guys, about shopping cart theory? He's like the fun uncle who knows a lot of cool stuff. He is. I'd love to meet Tim. I would love to meet Tim one day. I really hope I can. Do I think the shopping cart theory is valid? It's kind of like, to me, it's kind of like the same idea of how like people treat animals. But then again, I think you have really interesting fictional characters. Like, I know it's fictional characters, but there are also people in real life, like psychopaths in real life, who treat animals really well, but treat people terribly. I'm not too sure how I feel about the idea of if somebody returns a shopping cart if they're good morally. I think it's one indicator. I think it's similar to, would you open up the door for somebody if they're walking behind you or if they're about to come out the door that you want to open, you know? Do you hold the door open for them or not? So maybe it's just that these little acts of community, not goodwill, but community kindness says a lot about who you are. I hate when people open the door for me. Are you serious?
The shopping cart theory is a very simple philosophical situation that illustrates people's moralities in a very stark, clear, simple, clean way. So, of course, I love it because...
Should you be able to ask every character in Cauldron Chronicles if they would return a shopping cart to the store? Would you Spoon, would you return a basket to the general store after you were done? It's similar to empathetic gestures. Are you willing to do something that takes a short amount of time for the convenience of others? Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. Yes, because then they have to rush to walk through the door so they aren't standing there forever.
Because it's simple.
I love that.
But it makes you think things, and you realize quickly things aren't as simple and straightforward as you might think. So, what is shopping cart theory?
Yeah.
Basically, what this is, you're all familiar with shopping carts. In the UK, calls them trolleys. You arrive at a store, you grab one from a corral, that's what they're called. You can grab one from one in the parking lot and go in, or you can grab one from, usually there's a corral just outside or just inside the door to the shop.
Okay, do you grab the shopping carts if they are out in the parking lot, or do you grab them from inside the store? I don't think that I've ever really grabbed one from outside in the parking lot. I always grab one from inside the store. I just swing the door open wide so that if someone wants to walk through it, they can, but no pressure. That's fair.
You grab one, you do all your shopping, you use it, take it out to your car, and then you throw it back in the nearest corral. Simple, right?
Yeah.
Except many people do not return them.
No, they don't.
Now, this is where shopping cart theory gets interesting, because there's a lot of ways of looking at this.
Have you seen cart narcs? No, I have not. What the fuck is cart narcs?
First of all, it is not illegal not to return them.
True.
So if you don't return them, you're not going to get in trouble. You're not going to get fined. You're not going to get arrested. Now, if people actually see you do it, they usually, look down their nose at you, but a lot of you don't care. Now, it's also an effort to return it, but not much. It's a very tiny little effort to return the shopping cart. Usually there are corrals all throughout the parking lot. In fact, if the effort is the big thing, it's the big reason you're not returning it, it is simple to park your car right next to a corral. Then you can grab a cart right when you step out of your car, and you can go into the store, you can come out with it, and you can put your shopping in your car and then put the cart right in the corral that's next to your car.
I think that's an important note too. I'll just use Walmart as an example. I don't know why that opened in a separate one. Okay. Let me see if I can find a picture of it. Just so we're all on the same page with what they are. These things. So these are what he's talking about. if you're out in the parking lot. I always return my shopping cart to these. I never just leave the cart out in just out there. Like that's such a hazard, not only for people driving, but it's just disrespectful. Like, you know, put it in here at least. At the very least, put it in here. If you want to go the extra mile, go return it to the store, right? But yeah, people just leave their carts I just see them like this. Just sitting out here, not inside the corrals, or like this. I've seen that a bunch of times. Jesus Christ. The science by people. Shopping cart theory. So you said look up cart narcs. This YouTube channel? Cart narcs? What is it? Just watch any of these?
Whoop, scoop, willy, whoop, scoop, deep, deep, whoop, whoop, whoop. Cart narc, sir, that's splitting spots right there. That's not where the cart goes. Hello, Agent Cordell with the cart narcs. That's not where the carts go. We got a bumper magnet for you. There you go. Oh, got him. Yes, sir, that's not where the cart goes, sir.
What are you sticking on my car?
It's a bumper magnet, sir. It's got our
Do that
what
again.
number? Why is that, sir? You can have that one.
Do that again.
Don't you ever touch my car?
What's wrong with your car, sir?
Ridiculous.
Well, sir, you left your card out where it could touch other people's cars, sir. Pardon me, let's say our phone number on it.
You want to fuck with me?
No, sir, I want you to call.
Then get the hell away.
I want you to take your card back. That's what I want you to do.
Fuck yourself.
Why do you want me to F myself, sir? Sir, your car is...
Get the hell out of my way.
Well, I'm not in your way, sir. That cart's in somebody's way now.
Get out of my way.
Well, not until you take your card back.
I love this.
There you go, sir, right there. Sir, what's the problem?
I'm fixing to kill you
Why would you do that, sir?
because you ain't worth a piece of shit.
I am too, sir. I'll block your tax, sir. Thankfully, I'm a good dodger. Now, sir, can you just take your cart back? Sir, I'm a cart narc. Agent Cordell.
And I'm a killer.
Well, sir, that's not
I'm
nice.
fixing to put about 6 right in your forehead.
Sir, that's against the law.
I don't give a damn. What you did is harassment.
No, it's not, sir.
Yes, it is.
That cart could harass somebody. Why do you keep approaching me, sir?
Because I'm fixing. Stay away from me.
Sir, that cart, will you take your cart back where it belongs, sir? Please.
I mean, you could make an excuse that it is harassment. But I mean, obviously threatening to kill somebody is obviously the bigger threat here. Like, that is against the law. It doesn't matter if it's Texas or California, you cannot threaten to kill somebody. He would absolutely get in trouble for saying that.
In the name of Texas,
And he
I'll
should
take
not
you,
do
sir.
that. No, killing is not punishment for harassment. There's absolutely no justifiable reason to make that threat, and he would absolutely get in trouble with the police. Actually, is Texas a stand your ground law? Okay, so of course Texas is a stand your ground state. So what would this mean if this guy is putting... You have no justifiable reason to threaten or even draw a firearm in this situation as a citizen. Skin your dog laws. Texas has stand your ground, but the thing is, you have a right to protect your property from like the violence or, threat, right, of somebody stealing it. Somebody putting a metal bumper sticker on your car is... I wonder what you could get away with in terms of retaliation. Honestly, I don't think anything would stand up in the court of law at this point.
I'm a nice guy. I'm not an F&A hole. Sure you don't want this, sir?
Yeah.
I don't understand it. That's not very neighborly of him.
Yeah, he would have gotten in
admit,
trouble had that been
Marketeers.
reported.
It was Agent Cordell's first ever narc, and how are you, ma'am? Little more
Car narc
explosive
get a
than I would
gun
expect
pulling
from a
them?
Good Texas man.
No, he didn't. He was just threatened with a gun. The guy might not even have had the gun, but you can't make that threat.
You know what? We will strive on, and there's no reason to resort to death threats when it comes to being asked where to put your car back where it belongs. Agent Cordell.
Trying to justify
Narcs.
being a fat dickhead
Texas
by being a
Ranger Division.
it just makes you a fat
Ow.
dickhead.
You might have seen he left his cart right in the middle of the spot there. And I said, hey man, take it back because you're blocking the spot. It could hurt somebody, you know, you can ding up cars or whatever. So we had these little
Is there another one of these? I'm kind of curious about it. You're pretty brave. Okay, let me watch this one because it's really quick.
oh, whip, skip, wheelie, whip, 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 whip. Cart narcs, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we narc on you? Oh, your wind's blowing the cart right into your own car, actually, sir. Look at that.
How does
Cart actually
he know that that's that person's though?
hit his own car, albeit very lightly. Pardon me, sir. You're literally demonstrating the problem with leaving your cart out when the cart returns right there and right there.
Yeah, I mean, actually, that is a real problem. I mean, they can just blow anywhere, and they can cause quite a bit of damage to a car if they hit them. It's really not
Sorry,
safe.
cart narc's here, hello?
He's a watchful guardian.
Seems he's not. Left your cart out. You left your cart out. You left your cart out like a big old lazy bones.
Oh, yeah, I did today. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Let me point you to the right cart direction. It's right over there.
Who do you work for?
Work for the cart narcs. Look at your cart right now,
You
rolling
work
away with the wind. That's what can happen. I'm gonna make a heroic move and save it for you, sir.
Oh, that's fine, but I don't know. You get paid to do this shit?
Actually, it's a duty I do for myself. You want to take it from here, sir?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
But, yeah, I don't know. You're pretty brave.
Bro, he
Thank you,
was
sir.
right here. He's literally parked so close to it. It was
Appreciate
right
that.
here.
It's more of a mission. It's a risk we take every time we put on the uniform. But
I see. You better get a bigger bulletproof vest, brother.
why's that?
I'm just saying, people are crazy out here, bro.
Oh, that's okay. We dodge real well and we run away. Thank you for returning your cart, sir. It's a big deal. A lot of people don't do that,
He's
so I
parked
appreciate that, sir.
across from it.
Cart narcs at your service. Bye.
Oh my god. Kind of funny.
It's especially important for a lot of
Okay.
put your shopping in your car and then put the
Yeah, he did.
cart right in the corral that's next to your car. This is especially important for a lot of reasons people give why they don't return it. But the interesting thing about shopping carts are if you return them to a corral, it helps other people.
Yeah.
These people who you don't know them, you don't see them, they probably don't see you, and they will never know what it is you did. So basically, it's an anonymous good deed.
Isn't that kind of
It's very-
something that
Very easy.
isn't that something that factors into like your executive functions, which is one of the reasons why we ban young children from being able to do certain life-altering things like getting like a tattoo or drinking, driving, buying a firearm, like all these really big things that have lasting and impactful consequences on life or could be very dangerous, we prevent kids from doing because they don't have their executive functions, part of their their brain, their cerebral cortex fully formed yet. I don't know when the cerebral cortex fully forms. At what age is the cerebral cortex? I think somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but the brain finishes developing and maturing in the mid to late 20s. And this is the one responsible for skills like planning, prioritizing, and making good decisions. So I would think that maybe there's some link here of how well your cerebral cortex has been formed. And it's also one of the reasons why I'm not really an advocate of certain popular medical procedures that are talked about today being done for children because they haven't had this part of their brain fully formed yet. This is a life-altering decision that needs to be made properly, right? What was I meaning by this? I'm personally like a big fan of like the societal karma, right? That if you do good deeds to others, it will incentivize them to pass that along, and eventually, when you want somebody to hold the door open for you, it's going to be held open. It's this cycle, right? So for me, I think, okay, I'm going to return the shopping cart because it's dangerous to leave it out here, and it helps the person who returns the shopping carts to do their job more efficiently and just better. And so then when I'm driving into the parking space, fewer carts are going to be left out for me to potentially run into. I'm a superior every day because I bring my cart back every other week. Puberty is very confusing. Hormones are going wild. You should not force a decision where you're not fully in control of your decision making. Yeah, I absolutely agree. Yeah, puberty is just, like you said, it's wild. It's wild. And hormones can just make you do some incredibly dangerous or stupid things. Imagine if nobody brings their carts back. Dude, it would be... You wouldn't be able to drive in that parking lot if nobody did that. Karma could be positive driving force overall, but if I was focusing on that goal, I would first map out the effective social cues and try to target those. Yeah, it's like it's not like I'm saying like karma as a, I guess, spiritual thing, but more as a, if you are nice to others, I think that those little like moments add up. And if you are given the choice to be nice or mean, I guess if we want to use those words, to others, it may trigger memories of people doing nice things for you, and it may be like, I'm going to feel guilty if I do the bad thing, so let me just do the good thing. If no one did it, shops would start to enforce it in other ways. I think that's true. I think you'd have a situation of, you get like a... You have to get like a slip for returning your cart back, and you have to use that slip in order to drive out of the gate. I imagine that something like that would happen. Yeah, I think it's just more of like, I call it like societal karma, because that's kind of how I see it as an idea. And it's things like letting people cross the road instead of just driving through and saying, oh, the next person will stop to let them pass. Or, like holding the door open, returning the cart, picking up something when somebody drops it, things like that. All these a 25-cent fee, you get your quarter back if you return your cart. Man, I don't know if I would get my quarter back in that case. It's just like, it's a quarter. I'd still return my cart, but I don't know if I would care about getting my quarter back as much as it would be, for me, it would be more about, oh, it's just the nice thing to do. It's just the neighborly thing to do, right?
To do this, it's very easy to return the shopping cart when you're done. But so many people make excuses for why they don't do it. And there's tons of excuses. It was raining.
I'm in a rush.
I was in a rush.
Yeah.
I have my kids with me.
Pre-watched.
My foot hurts. The store paid someone to do this anyway. Why should I do it?
If you have your kids with you and they're of a certain age, have them push the cart back. Teach them something good. Seriously. You get to let your kids handle it, and they get to learn something good along the way. And a little exercise.
Now, for a lot of these excuses, you have to remember, these people had no trouble getting their cart from a corral, but somehow reversing the order of what they did is impossible for them. So somehow, let's say they have kids with them. Somehow they managed to get that cart, even though they had kids with them.
True.
Sometime, or if it was raining when they got the cart. It's interesting that they just can't reverse it and put the cart away. I've especially seen people say things like, look, I had a young child with me, and it's not like I'm just going to leave the child in the car while I return.
You can just hold the child. I don't know, just... It's an empty cart. It's not like it's 500 kilograms. You just push it. It has fucking wheels. Just push it. How difficult is it? My left side neighbor is a lonely old man who's a really nice guy. The opposite neighbor can suck the long fat one because of the nosy, gossipy types. We actually put up a fence on their side. Oh shit. What did you send? How to use a quarter slot in an Aldi card. Oh, I've seen these, yeah. Yeah, I've seen these. And then when you snap it back in, your quarter poops out. Oop. I think I'd put in arcade tokens instead of quarters in there. I'm just kidding, I wouldn't do that. Public pressure is a powerful thing. Or I don't think there's much pressure to put it back the cart if there are workers or it's inside the shop. No, I think people will often see that, oh, there's workers to do it. So if I don't do it, then I don't know. It's like rationalizing stupid behavior or bad behavior. I can understand if you have to take it all the way back to the shop. That's kind of annoying. Tutorial for putting the cart. There's tutorials for everything.
Turn the cart. Well, how did you get the cart? You know, and also if you park right next to one of these corrals, you can step out of the car and there's your cart.
Hey, Bartosz.
So these are all just excuses people make. I've said in a lot of other videos, people love making excuses. I've never met better people at rationalizing than programmers. You want a good excuse that's well thought out and logical? Ask a programmer why they're doing something, and they will give you a rational, reasoned excuse, even though they just kind of felt like doing it.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. There are so many times where, you know, it's like I'm trying to get something done, and I understand that the programmers are like backed up with work or something, but all it really comes down to when you start to ask them why they can't do something, they kind of realize that it's just that they don't want to do it. Campbell, we don't have any points. Easy win. Yeah, I mean, I think game developers are often really easy. It's just common. It's like you have a game that takes, I don't know, 2-3 years to make, right? Of course it's common for you to say, oh, you know, it's just, no, this is not going to really align with our core values very much or anything. Oh, it's just going to take too much time to redesign it. It's like, yeah, but just do it. You just need to do it. You just need to delete all the things that you worked on for the past 3 days. It sucks. Redo it.
So let's just agree right here that the right thing to do is to return your shopping cart to a corral, but many people don't. So this has led to stores trying to combat this behavior with rewards, kind of like I have talked about how quests should give
like
rewards so that people playing your game do the things you want them to do. Some of them do things like you pay a quarter to unlock a cart, and then when you return the cart, you get your quarter back, which means there really isn't a reward there. There's no reward. You still leave the store with just as much money as when you entered the store, except for what you bought. But more people return carts in that system because if they don't, then they do feel like they're being punished, even if it's just a quarter.
What if they printed like a coupon or something? What if there was like 5% off your next shopping here? Because I mean, 5% can be quite a bit, right? You like buy $100 worth of groceries, you get $5 off. Like $5 for returning your cart. That's not nothing. Swedish people are very selfish in specific areas, and the areas are spreading. But the fact that they draw a sharp line about which things they are lazy about gives them an excuse to take a high road. Reward for the people who returned the cart and it wasn't there. True. People would steal those. If they just create Roomba carts that return themselves. Now we're thinking with portals.
So that's interesting right there, that people will, with no reward...
Now we're cooking with spoons.
They won't do the right thing. But even with the slightest punishment, they will do the right thing. This explains how people act. It explains how they act in real life. It explains how they act on the internet. It explains how they act in your games. And you have to remember this, because what's interesting about shopping cart theory, it's such a simple little thing to explain, but it separates people who are inherently good from people who aren't. I'm not saying those people are evil or mean-spirited or whatever. They just aren't inherently good.
I think sometimes too
They
that,
will.
that like pre-existing systems or structures can lead people to make bad decisions that they don't think about. Like morally not very nice decisions. So I was in San Francisco once, okay? City well known for being very morally good, right? And I was in a store, and this old man who had a cane, couldn't walk very well, and certainly seemed to have some speech impediment, was asking these store owners for something. I was checking out at the time. And I picked up that he was asking for them to call him a taxi. That was it. And they were refusing to do it because it went against store policies. Which, if that's the case, that's really weird. They were saying like, oh, we can't make calls from the phone here. We can't call outside lines. Which I was kind of smelling bullshit on. And, you know, after like a few seconds of it, after, I don't know, it was like 10 seconds of this, I just like told them, like, just give me a second, let me check out, I'll call a taxi for you. But it's like, I don't think that these people working behind the counter were wrong. I think that they just didn't maybe connect the dots of what he was asking. Like, maybe they didn't understand what he was saying, maybe they didn't, I don't know, maybe they felt a little awkward or something. Because all they had to do was just say, hey, yeah, can you send a taxi to this location? Okay, thank you, bye. That's it. Like, that's all it is. So, I mean, that's what I did. I just, like, checked out. I was like, hey, dude, okay. I don't know the number. I'm just here for a conference. But I'll look at the number. I'll call them. And I just, you know, spent the time with him until the taxi arrived. Cool dude. Very nice dude. It turns out that he had some injury that affected, that made him unable to like speak normally, but he was still obviously very there mentally. He just couldn't speak properly, and it affected the way that he walked. So he was a cool dude, but just needed some help getting into the car, and that's it. It's like, so it's, I don't know. It's like, I don't think that these two kids behind the desk were wrong. I think maybe they just were told. Maybe it was like a store policy. Maybe they weren't allowed to, but it's like, then just pick up your fucking phone that's in your pocket and just call the taxi. Like, this is, it's a Walgreens. It's like there's two people in here. I just checked out. Why can't you just make a call? Like, you guys know the number. You live here. This is your city. This guy probably shops here often. Just call him a taxi. I don't know. It was weird. It was weird.
Not do something.
Thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
Unless they're rewarded in some way. Even if that reward is just being praised for doing it, being seen doing it, being paid to do it. Unless they get a reward, they will not do even the simplest nice acts. So, now, I want you to, before we dive into the game stuff for this, I want you to think about what this means when you're reading philosophy.
Well, okay, I mean, he's going to dive into the game stuff, because I do want to talk about, like, quest rewards, right? And gamifying good behavior, which I think can have some negative outcomes, especially when you do it with kids, right? Where you say, oh, if you do these things, you will get a reward. I think at a certain point, kids need to be taught that they need to do some things because it is the right thing to do. That you will not be rewarded in life always for doing the right thing. And oftentimes, you will be rewarded less than if you did the bad thing. Or you won't be rewarded at all for the good thing, but you'll earn shit tons of rewards for doing the bad thing. I bet he's about to talk about that. Because I think that does have some implications in games, right? Where if you do side quests in games, you expect to be rewarded. But I think it also has some implications in real life, too.
When you're thinking about religion, or you're getting involved in arguments about politics, let it sink in for a second that there are a lot of people out there that think they're good, but they won't do the slightest, tiniest good act.
True.
Unless they're rewarded for it. Or only if they're be punished for not doing it. That's a bunch of people. I'm not saying it's the majority of people, but it is a bunch of people. So, narrative designers, let's think about shopping cart theory and what that means when you're writing NPCs in your game. It is okay and completely understandable for you to have some NPCs that are just trying to be good, even though they're not getting a reward. You don't have to write a reward in there for them. They're just trying to be good people. There are people out there who do that. Conversely, there are people who act badly for no other reason than they can act badly and they will get away with it. They won't be caught.
Yep.
So once people realize they won't be caught, there are people who do all kinds of nasty things. I've talked about how I don't like sarcastic characters, but a lot of NPCs can be mean and you don't really have to justify it. People are going to get it because it happens in real life. Now, I still think that the best villains that you write for your game are villains who think that they're acting for good reasons.
Yeah, it's that the best villains are the ones that think they are the heroes, right? That to them, they are the heroes of their own story. They have justifiable and even sometimes understandable reasons for doing the things that they're doing. Now, that isn't to say that you can't have a objectively evil character, right? Like a Voldemort, a Sauron. These, I think, are really great for portraying simple good versus evil types or using those evil characters to challenge the virtues and the beliefs of the main character, right? Like you have that temptation to the dark side. Voldemort was I think what J.K. Rowling was trying to do with Voldemort, I think she succeeded well, was showing that Voldemort was almost to this consequence of multiple generations of bad decisions and bad upbringing that led to a child who had a choice to do good and evil and chose the evil path, and there wasn't always a justifiable reason. Like sometimes, Dumbledore would just say, like, this was a child who had the option to do right or wrong and chose to do the wrong thing, and there may not be a way to get him back from this, but giving him that choice, and that was something that Harry did. And it was only in the books, it wasn't in the movies, but Harry, one of the final things he did with Voldemort was he gave him the choice to repent, and Voldemort just couldn't understand this. He was like, this was the only way for Voldemort to actually heal his soul from the damage that the Horcruxes did upon him, was to have remorse for the killings that he did. And Harry gave him that choice right at the very end. And Voldemort just didn't understand it. He thought it was some trick, some joke. Voldemort was making the Wizarding World great again. Voldemort's plan was never actually defined because the Wizarding World would become less satisfying if fully formed. I mean, Voldemort's plan was to... It was never defined. You're right. It was never defined very well. Then Harry became magical. He did become magical cup. But I think that Voldemort's goals didn't need to be well defined because it was the way that his lack of redeeming qualities and empathetical goals sometimes pushed Harry and challenged Harry to change as a person and to grow as an individual. It was about purity, but that was the juxtaposition, I guess, with him, was that he himself was a mudblood. And it was maybe then you could say that he was ashamed of where he came from, and he wanted to be pure, but wasn't. The books do, I think, have a good explanations for all this, especially with his lineage, with the Gaunts, and how they treated family members, and how his own parents acted with him. That's what Hermione was for? What do you mean? She was the mudblood. She was a mudblood, yes. I guess you could say that she was almost the... No, she was a mudblood, yeah. I think it was her... No, she was born to non-magical parents. She was born to non-magical parents completely. And it was Voldemort who had his mother was a witch, and she used a love potion to get a man that she was interested in her, and she kept feeding him these love potions. And then one day, she stopped, hoping that the love would be real, but the guy was immediately disenchanted and left. And then I think his mother, oh god, I can't remember. I think his mother ended up killing herself. And so, or no. She dropped him off at an orphanage. And then I think she just went on her way. And so that's why Voldemort was raised in the orphanage, and they didn't really take super good care of him. And that's where he was able to start acting out some pretty heinous deeds in the orphanage against the other kids. I'm pretty sure that's how it is.
And yes, that's a double entendre.
What are you saying?
That the best villains that you write for your game are villains who think that they're acting for good reasons.
Yeah.
And yes, that's a double entendre. Basically, they feel like their evil acts are justified. Maybe the result of their evil acts will result in something good, or maybe even less evil than another act. But they basically feel justified in doing what they're doing. But guess what? Your regular NPCs can just be people who are acting badly. They don't come up with excuses for why they're acting badly. In fact, you can use shopping cart theory to have them respond. If the player says, hey, why do you got to be that way? Why do you got to act that way? They can say, hey, other people do it. I'm not doing anything no one else does. They can say, I don't care. That's a lot of responses. I've had someone say that to me in a grocery store parking lot when I saw them just throw their cart onto the verge and just walk away, even though the corral was about 10 feet farther along.
Yeah, that's annoying.
I don't care.
That's annoying. The fucking I don't care shit. That's so dumb. I did read the books, but the movies feel kind of gross, like a bad games tutorial or something. Okay, so for me, the Harry Potter movies, 1, 2, and 3 are great. And 3 is my favorite. 3 is my favorite book, and it's also just a well-executed film. 4 starts to diverge in ways that I'm not a huge fan of, but it's a better book than it is a movie. 5, I think, is a pretty decent adaptation, but it's still a better book than movie. And then 6 and 7 are just not great adaptations. There's so much lost, especially in book 6 with Voldemort's backstory. That is very, very interesting and crucial, that it just is completely lost in book 6. Or in movie 6, I'm sorry. And I think book 7 is really hard to adapt. I'm glad that they did it in 2 movies, but they also just kind of fucked up the final fight between Harry and Voldemort is way more interesting in the books than it is the movies. It was all action in the movies. And in the books, you have this duel in the Great Hall with all the students watching, where Harry, has this great discussion with Voldemort, because Voldemort's afraid of attacking him. He sees that he can't harm him. He's wondering, like, how the fuck did Harry come back to life? I killed him. And he doesn't realize that it was because, again, the one thing that Voldemort can't understand, which is love, and especially a mother's love for her child, is what saves Harry, right? When Harry, when Narcissa Malfoy goes to check on if Harry's alive, and she asks if Draco is still alive, Harry says yes, and she lies to Voldemort. Once again, it is a mother's love for her child that fools Voldemort. And I think that's really great. It's a really powerful symbol and recurring theme in the series that I just really don't think it was as important to the final scenes of the movies as they were in the books. Book and shows I have to check out in the last part because it's obvious how things will end and nothing new will be introduced. Yeah, that's true. And we're talking about shopping cart theory, Lazy Fangs. Which I didn't know existed. Voldemort flunked out of school for a reason he just doesn't learn. Well, he also wanted to return to Hogwarts to get a teaching job, and which was just really bold for him to ever assume that Dumbledore was going to say yes to that. Because I think in the books he says it was something like, I had no intention of ever giving you the job or something. And Dumbledore was pretty fucking harsh with him. Pretty sure Voldemort's smart enough to understand basic principles of evolution, that mothers are biologically programmed to care about their offspring. Yeah, but he wasn't, because his own mother didn't care. His own mother just abandoned him. I don't think Voldemort understood anything about love, and part of that was because he had never experienced love. That was what Dumbledore was trying to show Harry. That the reason that Voldemort didn't understand it is because he pretty much never experienced it, and almost had an aversion to it and a hatred of seeing it. It was like jealousy and vitriol. Shopping cart theory is the theory that you can tell a lot about somebody's moral character on if they return a shopping cart to a corral when they are at the store, or they just leave it out in the parking lot.
The whole someone else will do it. You can have an NPC. If you see an NPC doing something bad, they're going to have someone else will do the right thing. Someone else will fix this problem I'm causing. So all this works. They can even say, like, my knee hurts. You know, I took an arrow to the knee, and now my knee hurts. That's why I act this way.
Classic.
And then the ultimate thing is, hey, as long as I don't get caught, why would I care? You can have tons of things for your NPCs to justify their bad behavior. And what I like about this is it makes the player character think, why am I being good? Because you can occasionally throw in quests in your game where they don't necessarily get rewarded for doing the good thing.
Yes, exactly.
They get rewarded for doing the bad thing, or they get a better reward for doing the bad thing.
Yes.
And then watch players online justify being bad because of that.
That's what I want to do with Cauldron Chronicles.
Shopping cart theory in all its glory. And especially what I love, and this is why I like end slides, is if you reward them.
Yes, exactly.
For doing the bad thing, and then call them out at the end of the game for doing the bad thing. Wonderful. Fallout. It's the easiest thing in the world to get a water chip is to go get one from Necropolis and then take off and go back to your vault and say, here's the water chip. Everything's fine. You did it. It's one of the fastest ways to solve that quest. But then you get called out at the end, because if you don't fix the water pump in Necropolis, all those ghouls die. And you get called out at the end. And you know it's going to happen. The ghouls tell you that's what's going to happen. But the fastest, easiest way for you to do that quest and get your reward is just to take their chip and not fix anything. So I like things like that in games. So if you're writing your games and you're trying to think of cool NPC quests, remember shopping cart theory, and occasionally make the good
I agree.
Quest reward non-existent or not as good.
Yeah, I really like that idea, and that's something that I want to do with Cauldron Chronicles. I love that he talked about bringing up the idea that, like, you should sometimes have quests where doing the right thing is not rewarding, and for that to have consequences, and that's something that I want to explore with our game. So yeah, it's cool to have this theory. I think that there are ways to write villains, like Lord of the Rings. There's no objectively good thing about Sauron, and Saruman is just somebody who has to be brought to his knees as well, right? So it's very much a universe where there is a great evil that can't be reasoned with, can't be talked to. It is not, you can't empathize with it. It exists, and it will destroy us if we do not band together. And I think that kind of overwhelming amount of evil is a great motivator to bring people together, despite issues they might have or long-standing political rivalries or disagreements. So, I mean, there are multiple ways, I think, of writing these kind of main stories and themes like this. I like the disparity in the movies between how rough and shitty the magical world is by the end of it all and how wondrous and magical it is at the start. Yeah, I like that. I think that it mirrors Harry's understanding of the world as a whole, too. and starts to see these cracks. But I also think it's also this. You start to see how this evil is returning as Harry's influence is growing because Voldemort is kind of working in the background, right? Remember what they say about his thoughts in the book, but a more realistic interpretation of Voldemort is that he just wants to reinvent himself and make up his own truth. Yeah, I think that is kind of part of it too, is that he's saying all this stuff about purity of blood, right? But at the same time, he is a half-blood. Sorry, I think I said mudblood earlier. I meant half-blood. Very good because we don't want to make the NPCs sad. True. Nothing to do with the shopping cart. Shopping cart's whole premise is that whether or not you put it away, it won't affect you or anyone around you. It's about personal morality. He's juxtaposition gratifying this. Do you think shopping cart returning is mostly inherited genetically or learned? I think it's mostly learned. I think it's mostly learned behavior. That, you know, you will, by and large, you will mirror the behavior of the people that you see around you, and especially when you're a young age, you mirror the behavior of your parental figures. So you are more likely to do the things that they are doing. And we see this not only in humans, but in other primates and other animals. That's the one thing that they learn is just by copying. So I think that a lot of it is learned. I don't know if there's any evidence. I haven't really seen anything if there's evidence of, I guess, morality being genetically inherited. My mom leave shopping cart whenever, and I really dislike that. Isn't it possible if some people are born with a predisposition to not care and doing the right thing and without a reward? I suppose there is a possibility. I'm not saying it's entirely nurture, right? But I do think that it is maybe predominantly nurture versus nature. Whereas, you know, something like, I don't know, what's a good example of some genetically inherited, I don't know, I mean, we'd be getting so deep of like traumas. For instance, if maybe you hitting a shopping cart out in the thing ends up with you getting in a car crash and you get very hurt. I highly doubt you're ever going to leave your own shopping cart out in the parking lot after that. You know, it's the trauma has now ingrained within you a desire to do, in this case, the right thing by putting your shopping cart back. But I think that it is a test of empathy, yes. It is that you are helping somebody that you don't know and have no face to. You know that by putting it back, it helps somebody. You don't know their name, you don't know what they look like, you don't know how old they are, you don't know if they're a man or a woman, what their nationality is, what their skin color is, anything about them. You don't know if you're helping out a psychopath that's about to go on a murder spree. But you do know that it helps somebody by doing that thing. Morality is abstract to the point where you could probably need to inherit mental deficiencies to get a reliable outcome. Morality is societally driven to some extent, but I think that you can also, I think you can objectively state whether some actions will have a positive physical or mental outcome on another, or at least for most of the people sampled, right? Of course, you might have people like Ice Creek who doesn't like when the door is open for them, but I think that by and large, holding the door open for the average person will result in a positive mental outcome for most cultures.
As the bad one, and see if people still act good, because shopping cart theory will.
But I do agree. It's one of the reasons I want to have ending cards and an epilogue sequence in our game in Cauldron Chronicles is because I want people to be able to see where their actions led and to compare that to others. I think that that's just a really necessary aspect of a game that has so many choices and role playing involved, and that's something that we will have. Without a doubt. It will not be Baldur's Gate 3 where you just end this 150-hour journey or so and you have no epilogue. No, you will have ending sequences in Cauldron Chronicles, depending on the fate of the main story, the fate of realms, and the fate of characters. Okay, what's the next one? Learning design from other disciplines. This one sounds pretty fun. Let's watch it.
Hi everyone, it's me, Tim.
Hi, Tim.
Today I want to talk about learning design from other disciplines.
Yeah.
And by disciplines, that could mean hobbies, activities, anything you do besides video games.
Which is very important. I think that that's... I see a lot of game designers who say that they don't really go outside, they don't interact, they don't go exploring, they don't go to museums, they don't have many hobbies, they just play games. Great, cool, playing games is very important to game design. But so everything can influence game design. I can see something outside of a bus while I'm driving, and that can influence the design of a game, right? Everything you can do can influence that. And all of that can teach things. You can watch how people act and react. For instance, this whole shopping cart theory. You know, even philosophical discussions can impact game design in that way of how do you reward? Is it even a good thing to gamify rewarding good behavior? Because now you're attributing that, especially for kids, you teach them that if you do good thing, you will get reward. And if you don't get reward, maybe they won't feel incentive to do good thing. That's not a good thing. You want them to do the good thing because it's the good thing, not because there's any reward, right? Or storytelling is stuff like that one Starfield main quest where you're railroaded into killing a guy to steal his artifacts so that you get a massive bounty on your head. I don't remember that one. But then again, a lot of the quests in Starfield weren't that memorable. Interesting. Sibling correlation. What is this? Positive emotionality. Oh, so it's showing like positive and negative emotions and how they correspond to siblings? Means that these but which personality trait? Like, what is positive emotion? Is this just like your positive outlook on life, or maybe there's a better explanation for this? The guy with the really pretty mobile museum ship. Oh yeah, I remember that one. I remember that one. Identical twins are much more similar than non-identical. Yeah. But not all personality traits are genetically passed down. There are definitely some that are. And especially predispositions to certain mental disorders are often genetic, like depression. I know that there's links between like certain diseases as well. I mean, that's obvious, right? Like family predispositions towards certain diseases, but even things like mental disorders, like I think schizophrenia is also pretty genetically passed down, and bipolar disorder. Oh, this is the questionnaire. Okay. Behavioral and temperamental characteristics conducive to joy and to active and rewarding engagement with social and work environments. Low positive emotional temperament, tendencies to experience joylessness, loss of interest, and fatigue. Okay. Constraint, tendencies to inhibit and restrain impulsive expression. I see. Unconventional behavior and risk taking. I have a lot of impulsivity, unconventional behavior, and risk taking personality traits. And I do notice that my life is actually going in certain directions that my dad also took. Cluster of traits primarily linked to control, harm avoidance, and traditionalism. I do think of myself as a bit of a traditionalist in some regards. Yeah, I'm definitely a bit of a traditionalist in this regard. But I'm also pretty rebellious. And I don't have any problem expressing things. I don't know. There's always this, I guess, a spattering of things, right? My life experience tells me that constraint is not genetic at all, unless some people are vastly different from anything I have seen. I'm pretty sure that risk-taking and impulsivity is genetically passed down. Is high impulsivity... I just butchered that. Genetic. Impulsivity is a heritable disease-associated trait. I have a disease, guys. May be useful as an endophenotype for gene discovery. Yeah, I would believe it is a complex trait. But it is genetically influenced. I don't drink or smoke because I like having money to spend on my one true love, video games. Fair. I don't know. This is all just really interesting stuff that I'd love to talk about casually when we're like developing. But I'm gonna get back to the video. Food is a close second.
So this is an answer to the question from Ezra Stanton, 8685, who asks,
Food is
I'm
good.
curious, what other artistic disciplines do you think have the most to teach us about game design? And what did it teach you about game design?
I mean, it's so everything can be interesting to game design. It depends on what type of game designer you are. Like maybe if you're a level designer, architecture, right? Like if you watched Inception actually has a lot of like kind of game design elements put into it, right? Where the architect of the level makes these mazes for the others to get lost in, or for the subconscious to get lost in, right? So if you're a level designer, seeing architecture is a great way to, or city planning is a great way to figure out, maybe get influenced. If you're a narrative designer, obviously reading books, watching movies, watching TV shows, incredible. If you are a systems designer, working with puzzles, working with your hands, building things, contraptions, those kits for kids where you just have like a breadboard. There's so many different ways that you can influence yourself and to be inspired by other disciplines and other hobbies. That it really just depends on, not only would I say everything and anything can inspire you as a designer, but you might find it more interesting to attach yourself to certain hobbies based on the type of design that you really want to get into. If all the genetic negative personality traits mysteriously disappeared from the world, do you think the world would be better or worse off? Man, I don't fucking know. Because who defines what's bad and good, right? Because I think that's socially determined. You define them? Well, I mean, that's the same part as like, who defines hate speech, right? Who defines what's hateful? The person receiving the hate? Because that's really individualistic. Who defines what is good behavior? It's like, I don't think... It's the same thing as like, for a lot of people, Mass Effect's synthesis ending, the green ending, was the best. Because it made people not think about starting wars. Everybody had the same, hive mind sort of thoughts. There was never going to be disagreement anymore. And for me, that's the worst ending. Because you've now removed the most interesting part of humanity and the interesting part of conscious thought, which is individualism. So what's the point? What's the point of living if you don't have your own thoughts? So, it's, I don't know, but it is hypothetical based on it's subjective. It will always be subjective. There is no such thing as perfect. There is no utopia. Because what's perfect for one person is not perfect for another person necessarily. The slow process of learning slicer software so I can print out some neat functional crap like desk storage boxes, battery dispensers, and alternate Joy-Con grips. I love that. For me, the reason I'm a game designer is because I never wanted to work on something for the rest of my life that was the same thing. That every single thing I do day to day in game design is a new challenge. Even if it's something I've already made for one game, like a inventory management system, is not necessarily the same thing that I want for game 2, where we have different inventories, different items, different meanings behind what the player is inserting, different restrictions on that. Everything is a new challenge for me, and that's why I like just challenging myself and going out into the world and finding inspiration from random things. So for me, the answer for this question of
artistic disciplines do you think have the most to teach us about game design? And
the answer to which artistic disciplines have the most to teach us about game design is literally anything and everything.
what did it teach you about game design? Examples: drawing, painting, writing, animation, dancing,
Yes.
making music, cooking, etc. Ooh, that's a good question. I'll talk about some of my hobbies or other things I do, and then I'll talk to you about kind of how that all comes together in my design aesthetic, my design motifs. I'm not sure what
I kind of call it like design philosophies, in that every game designer has different philosophies, but he means the same thing. Like every designer is going to have a different method of designing, which is the reason why we get different games with different goals and different feelings. You know, it's individual, right? There are common goals if we want to entertain, but how you entertain is different from designer to design, or how you want to accomplish entertainment and create these emotions. And every game is different in that regard. So it's like you have this infinite possibility, just like with anything art related, right? You have infinite possibilities of how to create different combinations of emotions for different lengths of time and to elicit different neurons. I know it sounds kind of, I guess, pretentious, but making the player feel. We talk about it a lot. We have this this emotion wheel. And when you play a game, when you engage with anything in the world, you are creating some kind of emotion. And games are just. The game designers just try to create combinations of these emotions in you, a player, at any given time. No matter what you're playing, every game is going to do it. And how you achieve that is just up to the designer, or even sometimes up to the player, because if the player is playing a game in a way that is different from what the designer wanted you to play in, or what they intend you to play in, you will have different emotions. Usually anger and frustration, right? You'll get up here in the frustrated and agitated, hostile hate, this kind of section of it. Whereas they were actually just intending you to feel something down here. So yeah, I mean, I don't want to get into this whole topic again, but at any point when you're playing a game, the designer, even if they know it or not, if it's subconscious or conscious, is trying to get you to feel emotions with what you're experiencing. By triggering certain neurons, certain senses, by making you do DDR combinations on your keyboard to call in stratagems and helldivers, or to click really fast in order to accomplish something, to run away because you're afraid. It's all just mixes of sounds, of sights, of touch, of all these things in order to get you to feel something. Sorry, I thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I got a bit off track here.
call it. First of all, let's talk about reading. I do a lot of reading.
Yeah.
I've talked about some of it already on here, and books are amazing in that they can go anywhere, describe anything. In that sense, they're beyond movies, they're beyond TV shows, and because of that, I get a lot of neat ideas, especially when I'm reading some novel story with an interesting setting or interesting mechanic. And I think, how would I do that in a video game? I talk about this in the video.
Books are really exceptional in this regard because it's very cheap to create something that does not exist in real life. Creating something on TV or film that doesn't exist in real life is possible, but more difficult. And doing it in a game is about as, I would say, as easy as doing it in film or TV. So books are the cheapest way to spark the wildest forms of imagination that you can have, I would say, apart from having that idea yourself, but being able, I guess the challenge is both communication and comprehension. So challenge for the reader is comprehension, and challenge for the writer is the communication part, which I guess comprehension is a form of communication, but you get what I mean, right? Like it's an input and an output. And yeah, books are a great way because they can just do wild things that you would have to spend a fuck ton of money to do in a game or a movie. His name's Tim, right? Yeah, I've noticed he enjoys to be told what to think. This will affect how he designs games. I mean, maybe. I don't really know about that.
Video I have about Roger Zelazny's Lord of Light and how I would turn it into a CRPG. I'll link that below. But this happens with a lot of books I read, sci-fi, fantasy, even regular books where I'm like, or horror or non-sci-fi fantasy, where I'm like, how would I make a game with a person who could do that? Or in a setting that was like that?
Yeah.
What other things would happen? And it really gets me going. Non-video games are the same way. I've talked about playing tabletop RPGs since I was like 14. They are brimming with novel system mechanics and unusual settings that still have not been done in video games. So they're a huge source of ideas, but they're also an interesting source of mechanics that can't be overly complex because you need a human GM and it's human players who have to manipulate these rules. So it makes...
That's an understated part of it, is that just because it hasn't been done before does not mean that it could or should be done. Or I guess in the same way that when you put the player in charge of performing actions, that a lot of things that are easily complex and explainable in narrative form, like a book, where the player does not have agency, now becomes a massive quandary. And you have that with like Last of Us 2, where you have the expectation for the player to attack a character. This is a real example in the game. Attack a character that I think the majority of players care about and do not want to attack. But if they do not attack this player, the game ends and they cannot progress further. And as an artistic expression, this is interesting. As a expected action of the player within the game, it doesn't work. And it takes the player out of the immersion. It is narrative dissonance that the player experiences with what the designer wants him to do and with what the player wants to do. And can do, right? Because if it's a game where you have a choice to do this and it leads down two paths, fair enough. Then there is no wrong answer. The only thing that's wrong is what the player perceives as wrong, right? Because again, if the evil action is what the player wants to do, that is not the wrong action for the player, that is the right action. Back in middle school, I read one of the Artemis Fowl books halfway through, up to the scene where the dwarf loosens his jaw and extends it out so he can dig. The movie trailer came out a few years ago, and guess what one of the first showcase shots was? Was it that? I'm not saying it's bad, but it's something to consider what one works. That's fair. Let me hit up the bathroom real quick, and you guys can respond or type anything you want. BRB. So hot. Can't do the long thing. I didn't die. I'm okay. We're okay. We're good. Okay.
You realize that you can do a lot without making really complicated.
Hold on. Back.
GM and it's human players
Yeah.
who have to manipulate these rules.
Yes.
So it
So
makes you
important.
realize that you can do a lot without making really complicated mechanics and unusually convoluted settings. And I'm not just talking tabletop RPGs. This is true for card and dice games, which frequently have really interesting mechanics and that additional limitation of it's all done with cards or it's all done with dice or maybe a combination. That interesting limitation paradoxically results in a lot more fruitful ideas in that space. And sometimes I've looked at things like that, those games, and gone, oh, that would work really well in a game. Related.
I think too that something that to keep in mind with like board games is that, and this is just me again. This is my design philosophy: is depth through simplicity. That's something that I try to design by is creating systems that are relatively easy to get into. Maybe it takes 5 minutes or so to understand the rules, but what you can do with that system is very deep, right? So for like Cauldron Chronicles, understanding the potion making system is not terribly complex, but being able to utilize it properly to solve problems within the world, problems with NPCs, problems with yourself, or if you want to drink it yourself, this is all something that requires you to think strategically or to think a bit deeply about the system. And then with like the narrative, of course, talking with NPCs is pretty easy, right? Click on things, you say the thing, they say something back. But by introducing deeper consequences and exploring the idea of branching dialogue that can potentially make you fail, right? And I think that failure is an incredibly important part of it. You now make the player think twice about what they say and when they say it. And I think that you have to teach the player that very harshly, very early. Because it's so uncommon in games that when you say something that you think is casual can have a lasting effect. If you don't teach the player that, like, right then and there in a kind of harsh way, that doesn't mean it necessarily has to be bad, but it has to be very understandable and clear. That now they'll approach all of the rest of the dialogue in your game with a similar amount of care, and care, I guess, is the only useful word here, right? I guess, forethought. It's really trendy for writers to say every single line counts. It is very trending for them to say that. I'm not going to say every line counts, but I am going to say that casual conversation in Cauldron Chronicles counts. It will absolutely count. It will be important. And we've already expressed how 3 different lines or 3 different branches in just casual talk with our goblin Spoon can result in him never coming back to your hut again. Being fed up, not liking you as a person, and not wanting to do business with you. He does not agree with you, and he finds this to be a line that cannot be crossed, and he will not come back. He can go get his potions elsewhere. And that's a choice. That's a choice you get to make as a player, if that's the way that you want to go. Or you can be nice to everybody in the hopes that you will never piss anyone off and get, more business. Or you can try to play as yourself or as a separate role that has specific beliefs about the world. And I think that is the key essence to making a good role-playing game, is to allow you to play the role and have the world accurately reflect the consequences for the role that you're playing at any point. Whether it's yourself, whether it's a fictional role that you are playing, or... well, I guess those are the only 2 options, right? Is you're either playing a non-fictional one or a fictional one.
To writing and gaming, or reading and gaming is writing. I've talked about how I've tried to do writing myself. I've done writing in some of my games, more successful in some than others. For short form writing, I've learned, I can do that. That's things like the lore text on items, or the names
that,
of creatures, or the names of items, or even short pieces of dialogue like narration. The Fallout opening narration, I wrote that. It's pretty good, I think. It made me think I was good, and then when I went to go do Temple, I found out, no, I'm not that good. What I found out is, for most cases, I'm not very good at long-form writing. I've tried writing books. I'm not good at it.
Same.
But I've written manuals. I wrote a big chunk of the Arcanum manual, and it's considered pretty good.
But that's more like technical mixed with, I guess, flavor, right? Like if you're writing a manual, it's mostly technical knowledge. So, you know what you need to write. It's the same thing as with, a lot of programming problems are, what's the word I'm looking for? They're tangible. You know how to get from point A to point B because you know the input of point A, you know the expected output of point B, and there is a tangible set of rules and functions that get you there. Usually. With game design, it is all intangible problems that exist. It is, I want the player to feel emotion A, isolated. And that is actually one of the emotions we want the player to feel. How do we create a feeling of isolation and loneliness in the world of Cauldron Chronicles? And this has very massive implications to how we design the game from both high level to low level. Okay, so one of the ways we do high level is it's a game where it's not a shopkeeping game. It is a game where you run a specialized service that NPCs occasionally show up to. Well, now my first question is this actually good? Is this going to result in a good feeling for the player? To be isolated, to not have NPCs showing up every 10 minutes, but having them show up every 30 minutes. Let's say is a golden average here. And it might not be. It might not be that works, or it might not be enjoyable, or it creates the feeling of isolation, but that makes the player not want to play the game. Well, that's not the proper effect that I want to have. So, it's intangible. We have an outcome that we expect, but there's no perfect solution to get there. There's no predefined functions to get us from point A to point B. One day we'll be able to model every atom in our brain so it'll become tangible. I just live in the age of memes, okay? I can't understand all this big, fancy world speak. I can only understand memes.
Good. Where I really break down is when it involves characters, writing dialogues, even short dialogues that are used in cutscenes. I'm just not that good at that.
For me, I have the problem too. I can't write good dialogue. The only thing that works for me is narrative actually helps because I can just focus on one response from the NPC and one response from the player at a time, and I can garden it out, right? I'm not an architect. I think that J.K. Rowling is more of an architect than a gardener, and these are two archetypes for writers. The architect is somebody who maps out exactly where everything needs to go and end in order to achieve the right plot. The gardener is somebody who has an idea for parts here and there, but they are okay with letting the character or the story take them in the complete opposite direction, and they will find an interesting way to let the story evolve based on that. For instance, you might have a character like, what if the character just died right now in this story? This character that I thought was going to be very important to the final plot of the game, or the story in this case, just dies. Like Ned Stark, right, in season 1 of Game of Thrones. Or book 1 of Song of Ice and Fire. That, I think George Martin, he describes himself as a gardener in this case, where he lets his characters define the direction that the story goes in. He has a way that he wants to end the story, but he doesn't mind making changes to that if something more interesting comes along and leads him in a different direction. It's not an authority, but I'd recommend making your game for one person you're familiar with. Well, you're not wrong. It's called the oh God, what's the term for it? There's a term for the ideal person, a fictional character that you make your game for, or for if you make your product for, let's say, that you need to keep in mind and say, does this satisfy this fictional character, this fictional person that we've we've made up. And I don't remember the name for it, but that is a valid way to do it's persona. It might be a persona. Like you're creating this person and saying this is the person that this game is meant for. This is a person who works here. They work for this many hours a week. They have this sort of home life. They have these sorts of beliefs. Like you actually just write this deep lore about this fictional person that represents your market, and you make the game for this person. And that way, when you write user stories, like as a player, I would like to do blank, or I don't enjoy doing blank in this game. That is written from the perspective of that persona, of that character. Sounds like a guy you should also put in the game. Could be. I mean, for me, I definitely would say a marketing guy. Yeah, the Vault Tech representative. But no, it's absolutely a very common way of doing the market research for a game is to create a person that represents the market. Now, for game designers, a lot of cases, they are that person, right? So they can write it from their own perspective, but there's a little bit of danger with that because a game designer is not going to see games the same way that a gamer is. 100% not. Even without a player, a camera has behavior, it does, of a conceptual character. When you tilt a stick, you communicate with them, but you'll never have full control over what they do because they were programmed by a narrator of code. Yes, you're right. You're right. Your camera is as much a character as the player themselves. And I think you can see games that really handle camera well, that the director of cinematography, and usually it's the director of cinematography in these cases, or a 3C's designer, knows exactly what they are trying to achieve and treats that camera as an extension of the player or as their own player. And you can see this with like God of War, right? The new God of War, where they have no hard cuts if you don't die. They almost treat the camera as a separate entity in these cutscenes. And for anybody who doesn't know, a 3C's designer is camera character controls. Very, very, very important, crucial aspect of game design that I suck at. I just can't do. I can't do camera character controls well. It doesn't come naturally to me.
So I learned by doing there. You will not always be successful. And so
What is he saying?
even short dialogues that are used in cutscenes,
Oh, yeah,
I'm just
short
not
dialogue.
that good at that. So
I'm not great at it
I
either.
learned by doing there. You will not always be successful, and additional learning sometimes won't make you better at the thing you're trying to do.
It's true.
Now let me talk about something that I love doing that has nothing to do with games, you would think. And that's cooking and baking. Now, on the surface, these seem pretty much the same, especially people who haven't done it.
I don't think it's different. For me, if I see somebody who, I'm a game designer, I love cooking and baking. I see these as a set of guidelines that you can adapt, you can get inspired from. You can say, well, what if I used this spice instead of this spice? What if I added this fruit to this recipe that didn't have it initially? You know, you have guidelines, you have a goal, and you have the right. If you follow them explicitly, you will get usually the thing that they say you will get. But then you can start to divert from that. You can use knowledge that you gain from that recipe to create your own. It's an educational tool, and it's a system for you to learn exactly how to manipulate it. So it's for me as a systems designer. Sorry, I get a lot of S's in there. For me, systems designer is cooking and baking is really interesting because it is a system. It is a system in the world to have a tangible, edible output, and you can use the system in a predefined way to receive predefined products, or you can use the system to create your own concoctions that either will suck shit or actually be pretty tasty, or somewhere in between. Tim Cain is so cool, I wish game developers were real, right?
Aren't these the same thing? No, they could not be more different. Cooking is done very much stovetop, or whatever heat source you're using. And you really have to know a lot about all the different kinds of tools you're going to use. The pans, stainless steel versus copper
Temperatures.
versus nonstick versus cast iron, all very different, and not necessarily one better than the other, but you
Different
quickly
uses,
learn
yeah.
that they have different uses, and you can take advantage of them for different dishes. Utensils, and what utensils to use on all those pans. Cooking also seems to rely a lot less on measurement. When I'm cooking, I often
Yeah, because you can adapt, right? So, for instance, I was making a roux. If you guys don't know what a roux is, because I didn't really know what it was, a very simple dish. It's just a mixture of flour and oil, or fat in this case, and it's used in a lot of dishes, right? And it's very temperature sensitive. Very easy to make, very easy to fuck up though. And you need it at different temperatures and consistencies, or I'm sorry, different colors and different consistencies in order to make different dishes. So, and it's really easy to burn, but you want to toast it, but not burn it, which is what you get from like a dark brown roux, which is used in gumbo. I was making gumbo, so I made a darker roux. But it's really easy because I mix together butter and flour, right? Fat and flour. And I realized that I had not used nearly enough fat. And it was clumping, it wasn't melting. So I just added oil. I just added some olive oil, which is probably not the right thing to add, but it worked. You know, it's like with baking, he's right, measurements matter way more in baking. They don't really matter in stovetop cooking necessarily, to a degree, because you can adapt. And I had to adapt. I was like, oh shit, this is not the right consistency. It's not melting. I can't make a roux out of this. So let me just stir in some more oil to break up the mixture. And it worked. And I made a brown roux. It wasn't as dark as it should be, but I was scared of burning it, so I just finished out a brown roux, and it was fucking good. And it took me a long time. It took me like 45 minutes to make. I didn't think it would take that long, but you have to like constantly stir it at a low enough temperature to not burn it, but just slowly toast it. Very difficult. Cooking is micro-logistics. Sadly, logistics is not made to be fun by many designers. That's pretty true. Too bad Death Stranding is a Hideo Kojima game. I'd like to meet him. But if there was another different guy who created the mossy rock texture, I'd like to shake his or her hand too, but I can't because it's a Hideo Kojima game. Christ.
throw in like the chicken breast or the steak, and I don't really know how much it weighs.
Yeah, who the fuck
I
does?
sprinkle on spices. I'm relying more on sight
And feel, yeah.
sound when I'm especially when I'm
it's intuition. It's an intuition game. So for me, I have pretty good like cooking intuition for especially for like spices. It's like this would taste good with this. Mix this in. This seems like a good amount.
stovetop, I'm listening to like, oh, that doesn't sound like it's sizzling like that anymore.
Yeah.
It's sizzling too much. Smell, taste, that all factors into what you're cooking right there. Now, when I do cooking, I tend to vary the spices a lot, even on
Same.
dishes I've made frequently. I mix things up. I'm like, I'm going to try a different broth in here. I'm going to try a different combination of spices. I have some leftovers I don't know what to do. I'm going to throw them in this thing and see what happens. What I tend to do when I cook is I hone in on a result by observing it really carefully and kind of manipulating it while I'm doing it. Baking is the complete opposite. It's in an oven. Yes, you still have to learn differences in pans, like glass pans versus metal pans. You also learn the difference between normal cooking and convection cooking. In the last few years, I've been using a convection oven, and I've learned a great deal. It's awesome if you're making something like a pizza or cookies. You want chicken that's got crispy skin or whatever. It's not as useful for a lot of other baking things, but
I don't
one
know
thing
shit
that's
about
always
that.
the
I can't
case
bake
with
for
baking is
shit.
you have to measure very carefully. If something says use a teaspoon of something, you don't just throw stuff in. It's super, super important to measure when you bake. Watch the Great British Bake Off if you don't believe me. Also with baking, you tend to throw it in and ignore it for a while. Nothing much interesting happens at the beginning of baking. Most of the interesting stuff happens at the end. That's when you look at.
Yeah, it's like when you're baking stuff and you're mixing things together, a lot of like different doughs can just kind of look and feel the same until the end when you realize that you've created a completely different type of like bread or mixture or whatever. Yeah, I guess I didn't really think about that, but that's really true. It's just you do all this preparation in the hope that after you leave it in the oven for like 15 minutes to 2 hours or even more sometimes, that you get the right result, and you don't always get the right result.
At it, you touch it, you smell it, you put toothpicks into it, and then look at the toothpick. This is where baking and cooking really differs. You don't walk away from something cooking on your stovetop. You frequently walk away for sometimes a long time from something that's going on in the oven.
Well, you can't always adapt to recover it either. Like if your dough halfway through the bake is just not doing what you need it to do, there's no recovery. It's like you fucked this batch up, you gotta make a new one.
Now, I'm pretty good at both cooking and baking, but I think I'm a better baker than I am a cook, and I think that just comes from experience. Now, I'm going to throw a little interesting intersection here. Crock pots have been around for a while. I've been using crock pots
fucking love
since
crock pots.
college. And then more recently, Instant Pots, which are really just fancy, nice pressure cookers. They're like cooking in that measurement isn't as important. I've made a lot of stuff in my Instant Pot where I just toss in a bunch of things.
Intuition.
I don't know. You know, oh, I'm making 4 hard-boiled eggs. I'm making a dozen. Doesn't matter. Oh.
Do you mean oh god, what's his name? Cooking through history. Tasting history. Is that what it's called? With Max Miller, I think is his name. I know that guy. And he's really cool. He makes some really cool stuff.
I'm throwing in some chicken, dumping in this can of soup, sprinkling in some spice, putting the lid on, boom. 20 minutes later, chicken mush. The measurement isn't important, but it's more like baking in that. So it's like cooking in that you don't have to measure, but it's like baking in that you really don't pay attention till the end.
That's true.
And in fact, you can't with a Instant Pot. You don't know what's going on in there until
the Instant Pot, like a pressure cooker, you don't know, but with a crock pot you can. With a crock pot you can recover it, right? If you have a crock pot dish that is, the broth is too salty, it's okay, just take some broth out, add more water, right? If it's not salty enough, add salt, right? So there's a lot of ways that you can taste what's going on in a slow cooker as it's going, and you can divert if you need to. If something just doesn't have the right flavor, doesn't have enough flavor, there are usually ways to recover it.
The timer's up. For a crock pot, you shouldn't keep checking because every time you take that lid, you lose valuable heat. So with both of those, it's kind of like baking in that you throw it all together and you just like, well, let's see what happens at the end.
Dude, I knew somebody who would just like take the lid off of a crock pot every like half an hour to check how it's doing. Like, you just let out. I do know Townsend's too. I know both of those. I love both of those channels. They're both great. And I think they both have made alcohol. I don't know. I really like old alcohol recipes for some reason, like making old beer and ale and stuff. Yeah, Townsend's and Tasting History are both just really enjoyable channels that make me really, really hungry.
Want to throw one side thing in here about coding, even though it wasn't on Ezra's original list. Coding is real interesting because you can learn a lot about game design if you know how to program.
Yes.
I've mentioned this before.
Holy shit,
I think
yes.
Every
game designer should learn coding. Every single game designer should learn coding. Every game designer should learn as much about other aspects of game development as they can, because it's communication. Game design is a communications job. If you cannot communicate what you want to happen to the art team because you don't know their lingo, you don't know their pipelines, you're now having this friction. And you really see this a lot with like junior designers. Junior designers have great ideas, but they have a difficult time because they don't have experience talking with other disciplines or practicing other disciplines. And that's something you learn over time. So junior designers have these great, awesome ideas, and they just don't know how much time it takes. They don't know what it costs. They don't know if the team can accomplish it. They don't know if the engine is capable of doing it. And a senior designer is going to be like, okay, we're using this engine. That means we have this, this, and this available to us. I know the coding required to make this system, so I know about how long it's going to take. If I talk with the programmers, they're going to tell me half a week to a week to make this for 2 programmers. Cool. or it's gonna be like 2 months. That's intangible. We can't do that. We don't have the time for it. We don't have the budget for it. So yeah, I mean, every game designer should learn coding for sure, but every game designer should also learn as much as they can about other disciplines. I think Tim has a video going into more detail with this tangent, something about being a generalized worker. That could be a good one to watch. Yeah, I think that there's, for instance, if you're working like an indie studio as a game designer, you are probably one of few game designers that are working on this game, one or two, right? Compared to we saw the credits from Mass Effect Andromeda and Dragon Age Inquisition, right? You have like 20 to 30 just game designers. You have like 20 specifically level designers on these games. You work in a massive team where you are specialized, but if you are working in a smaller indie team or a solo developer, you have to be generalized. And I think there's a lot of fun to be gained from being generalized that I enjoy, where it's like, okay, I'm not very good at narrative design like Tim. I'm not good at writing dialogues or bigger stories, but I have to do it because I'm the only one to do it. So I will just learn as I'm challenging myself. We get to write this character, Spoon, and I get to figure out is this actually fun for players to play. And it could turn out that I'm probably just writing too much dialogue that players don't care about. It's very possible. It's very, very likely. And so I will learn, okay, write lore that matters and has something to say about this character, and less so lore that it just exists to click on. That could be an outcome.
Organize their game designs better. Now, think a lot about game design if you know how to program. I've mentioned this before. I think programmers organize their game designs better. Now, does that make a better game? Maybe not, but it makes it easier to make the game when you have a very organized design.
Yes,
but also, programming-based designers think also about how they want their mechanics implemented and not just what they want.
Yes, and that, I think that's a perfect way to describe it. It's a perfect way to put it. Is, again, if we go back to the junior game designer, and it's not that junior game designers are bad, it's just that they don't have the experience, right? And you'll just get them, like I said, they have great ideas. It would be cool if blank was in game. But that is also something that you can obtain from anyone on Reddit or Discord. It would be cool if blank was in your game. It would be cool if you guys added blank into your game. That does not go over how, because they don't know how to make it. There's tons of times where I've worked in games where they said, it would be cool if this game had multiplayer. Yes, it would. But is this actually a game where multiplayer would be fun for you? And I can jump through those hoops and say, here's how we would do it. Here's what we would have to recreate in order to achieve it. And here's why it might not be as enjoyable for the player as you initially think. And all of these add up into, amounts of time, into budget, into how we market and communicate this, if that is a direction we want to go into. So, yeah, I mean, knowing how to do it is probably one of the most important aspects of game design that you can ever learn. Because it helps you to mold your ideas and the ideas of the team around not just the pillars and the player expectations, but about the team's capabilities. Any game can be made, okay? You can make the Star Citizen of any genre, of any idea, if you have enough money, time, and people, okay? That's not the problem. The problem is that Star Citizen is not realistic. It's not a realistic game. In terms of like the production, right? It's not realistic to spend decades and hundreds of millions of dollars to make games. It is a rare treat that we get to experience games that are like this, if they're good. So most of the time, for most game designers, 99.9% of them in the world, they're going to have to think in a way of, how can I make cool idea with team X with budget Y to have interesting outcome for market Z. That's limitations. Those are the expectations of you as a game designer. And it fucking sucks. But it's also kind of fun.
Implemented. So they don't just throw out a bunch of mechanics and go, I want this. They're also like, I want this. And also, I think if you did it this way, we could use this mechanic for poison and radiation and consumables. So what do you think, programmer? And in that sense, I've said frequently, I enjoy as a programmer working with designers who know how to code.
Yes.
A little more than.
And it goes in the opposite direction too. I love working with programmers who know about game design. Because for me as a designer, especially when I'm making systems, I need a lot of data exposed to me and controllable parameters. And it's easier for me to work with somebody who has a bit of a design brain on the programming team, because they'll often know what kind of parameters I want to have exposed without me having to explicitly say it. So if I miss something in my original design, they'll come in and they'll just do it on their own. They'll be like, oh, also I exposed the parameter to control blank. Like, oh, perfect. I totally forgot about that one. That one's perfect. Thank you so much for doing that. And I like working with artists that have a bit of a design brain too, because they can understand, okay, you want to make the system and you have this idea visually. Here's how we should do it visually. And this will still accomplish the things that you want to accomplish from a systems point of view. So I really just think everybody on the team can learn more and be more efficient by being educated about everyone else's job. One of the most educational things I did in game dev schools was meet lots of disaster team members. It's really great learning how, if you mean like how teams like have failed and how they've fucked up and horror stories, I guess, of game dev. Yeah, it's a great way to teach you red flags and to remind you of things that you shouldn't do if you're in that same position. Like I've worked with some really, really shitty game designers and game directors, and they taught me a hell of a lot about how not to treat my team or how not to treat my job. I was very egotistical when I got into game design. I was very what's the word, like I was very protective of my own ideas as being superior because I was in the position to make those decisions. And then having worked with a game director who had that same view of himself, it was a very good moment of like, holy shit, that's how I was when I was in that position. I need to be the complete opposite person now, and I see how much it's damaging the team and how much it makes me hate wanting to interact with this person. So I need to completely flip my way of designing games and interacting with the team. There was a clique in my most recent grade, all of which were contrarians. One of them claimed bullets of all types need to be random, and the more random they are, the more excited the player will be. The other claimed armor should not be simple or comprehensive because the player will be bored if they are not made to do strange math. Those are certainly some takes. Holy shit. Those are certainly takes. Those are people, for me, those are people who think that they understand game design but don't. For me, I kind of like explain the best game design is the one that works for the player, right? The best game for you as a player is the one that you find the most fun. There is no right or wrong answer to game design, which is what makes it, for me, is what makes it fun, but is also what makes it a very challenging job, is because there's just no right or wrong answer. In a game that has random bullets, of course you can make a game that's fun with random bullets. And there's a lot of games that you can make that would not be fun with random bullets. And the same thing with different armor complexities. Fortunately, they were not in design, it was a programming class. But still, when they... if you are a game designer and you're talking with programmers who have ideas, you are now required to filter those ideas. If a programmer comes to you and says, hey, what if the bullets in our game were random? And you're the designer, you have to then be able to communicate why that's not a good idea. And for game designers, again, that's a communications job. You don't want to piss off your programmer. You don't want to make them fear coming to you and telling you their ideas, and you want them to understand why their idea doesn't work in the game. So it's like, you can't be rude to them, because that's going to piss them off and or make them never come to you with ideas again. And you can't just say, well, because it wouldn't work, because now they don't know why, they don't understand. And that is actually a bigger indicator that they may not understand the game they're making, and how what they're doing in their job, which is, creating is replicating the blueprints of the design to create a system. Let's just say they don't understand why that's important and what they can do in their own specialized field to have a positive impact on the player experience. And so if you have a bunch of programmers just working and being blueprint drones of, okay, game designer wants X, we implement X, done, our day's over, let's go home, I think that that's a really bad programming team. And it's not necessarily that the programmers themselves are bad, but that whatever they've been made to work in that way is probably very, very unhealthy for your development team and for your end result, your game. And then therefore the players, of course. You want a programming team that understands these goals and has the creative freedom and understanding of the game's design and the needs of the market of the player in order to make decisions on their own that can have a positive effect on that. So, it's like, it's just this cohesive team environment that is really difficult to make, and it's difficult to keep, especially when emotions are high, right? Everybody's got bad days. Designers have bad days, programmers have bad days. But if a designer has a bad day and they say something to a programmer out of anger, just like, look, your idea, it sucks, okay? It's a shitty fucking idea. We can't do it. I just need to focus. Can you just go do your tasks? That's like, it's an understandable thing. It can happen. I mean, you might have just had a bad day. But you've now just created a potentially irreparable relationship with this programmer that is going to have cascading effects on the rest of your communication with the programming team, and therefore the quality of the final product. And so, when I guess when you're communicating with your teammates, you need to have that, I don't know, it's just communication and dialogue are something you need to have open at all times. And if you do that, you need to have the mental maturity and the humbleness, which a lot of designers don't have. They don't know how to be humble. You need to be able to go up to that person and just say, look, I was having a really bad day. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to say that to you. I fucked up. And, I think your idea just can't work in the game, but here's the reasons why. And maybe if we do this or this, it can work. So let's try prototyping that and see if it has a good experience in the game. POV are showing Tim Cain your massive baking tray. What were we even talking about? Sorry, I got off on a tangent. I really like talking about game design, so stuff like this just kind of sends me off on a rabbit hole of discussion of game design and development.
For poison and radiation and consumables. So what do you think, programmer? And in that sense, I've said frequently, I enjoy as a programmer working with designers who know how to code a little more than ones that don't. Not say I've worked with some great designers who don't know how to code, and I've worked with some awful designers who know how to code. But in general, if a designer knows how to code a little bit, that's a plus.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like I said, and I'm not going to spend a whole much of time here. I just paused again, but lingo is important. When programmers talk, they have their lingo because they are, let's say they program in C, they're going to be talking about arrays, they're going to be talking about pointers sometimes, or about how a function needs to process its data and what that means for the player and where it's going to display that information. Should this function be exposed to, should it be callable to the UI? Should we store any of this data in the save game structure? Does this need to be a separate part of the structure of the save game because we want to call it multiple times? when do we say, it's like just knowing even basics of programming. Just do a little bit of programming and you'll have a much better knowledge of different variable types, saying this is going to be an integer, it's never going to be decimal points, or this needs to be a whole number, right? It's only positive integers. This is a string that we need to append this, and this to, so don't make it a fname variable in Unreal, for instance. All of those things can help. And yeah, just learn a little bit of programming to start off if you're a junior designer. And if you're a junior designer, trust me, you learn coding, learn other parts, make some 3D models, at least know enough to know the terms of like things like mesh, of texture, of the difference between texture and shader, of, just do a little bit of everything. You'll have a much better chance. Like, even just learning the basics of everybody's job can elevate you from, in my opinion, being only ever a junior designer to maybe potentially having regular designer kind of qualities and experience, roughly speaking.
So what did I learn from all these things? I've said it as I'm going along, but I'll tell you the 3 big takeaways I have from having other things that I do affect my game designs. 1, planning starts early. You want to make sure you have the things you need. You don't want a half-mixed bowl of something you're going to bake, or something that's half cooked on the skillet, and then you discover you're out of salt. Then you discover you don't have any butter or oil or the right oil.
You could almost equate that to pre-production. That preparing, like, okay, here's all my bowls of ingredients, here's the utensils I need, okay, all the spices. That is your pre-production. No milk for my cereal, right? Like, you didn't do proper pre-production. Pre-production, you would have determined that you needed milk for your cereal and you didn't have any milk. So I guess you could say that, yeah, it's like what he's saying now, this is pre-production.
You're like, well, what can you do? The bowl is half mixed, and maybe the wet has already hit the dry, and now clock's ticking on when this thing has to go in the oven. Or maybe it's half cooked in the skillet, and it's like, well, you're going to have to finish cooking it, and you're going to have to figure out how to substitute. Not good. What you really should do is put out all your ingredients before you ever start.
Yes, and it actually really is a good analogy, because you have pre-production, right? You say, okay, prep time for every recipe has like prep time and cooking time and total time, right? Prep time is your pre-production. Cooking time is your production, or your active creation of the thing. And then total time is, of course, your total production time. So with game development, your pre-production is prep time. And if you don't do your pre-production properly, you're like, oh shit, I don't have this ingredient chopped up. You didn't do your pre-production properly. Now your cooking time is extended, and some of your elements may be burned, or let's just say burned, or damaged, because you are cutting something up when you should be actively cooking. And now your cooking time has extended to beyond the expected amount of time. You expected to spend 1 hour cooking. You've now spent an hour, 10 minutes cooking, because you had to spend 10 minutes chopping up something that should have been done in pre-production. And now, as I said, your food has become, let's just say, overcooked.
Making whatever you're making.
Good analogy with this.
Another thing is you got to keep an eye on things, and at the right times. I've mentioned that when you're cooking, you got to kind of watch it all the time.
Yeah.
But baking, you got to watch it. You can ignore it for a while, but then you have to keep an eagle eye on it at the end. Making a game is the same way. You have to pay attention to the right things at the right time as you go along.
And notice red flags, right? If you notice something going wrong, you have to quickly adapt. And if you say, well, let me keep my eye on it and see if something really bad is going to happen. It's like, oh, the pan is smoking a bit with the oil in it. Wonder what's going to happen. It's like, where there's smoke, why don't you turn down the heat or take that thing off of the oven for 5 minutes?
And sometimes it's not an eye. Sometimes you listen to things. Maybe it's what people were saying about the game. Maybe it's you're really far into the game and you're realizing a mechanic's not working because there's no good visual and audio trigger. You need them both. Maybe you just go by gut. I cook a lot and bake a lot just by feels.
Yes.
Sometimes I
Yeah, and you know, it maybe is difficult to admit. I know that I still have trouble admitting that a lot of my game design is by intuition. That I just feel things out. That it's like, I think this will feel good. I think this will be nice. And sometimes it's not, and sometimes it is. So it's like when you are designing a game, especially high level, when you're in pre-production, at your idea phase, like, oh, it would be cool if there was a game about blank where you did X plus Y. You have none of your game made. The only reason you think it's cool is because you can kind of play it in your mind, and it seems to play decently. That's your imagination, and your imagination is not a game. It's not a tangible, marketable product in this specific scenario. So, a lot of game design is intuition. It's trust me, bro, because X, Y, and Z. Because games similar to ours have done this and this, and that didn't seem to sit well with players. If we do the same thing, it might not sit well with players because it didn't work here. It's reason, but it's not proof.
designed by feels. This function, this design mechanic, it's in as described, but it's not feeling right. So sometimes you just have to change it. And then finally, the thing I really learned is it takes a long time to learn a new skill. You don't become a good baker overnight. You don't watch people bake on TV and then become a good baker. It takes time. It takes practice. And you're going to mess up.
Yep.
And that's okay. You're also going to learn what your limitations are. I'm a better baker than I'm a cook. I can write short form writing, but long form writing, especially dialogue, has eluded me. I've learned to accept that limitation.
I'm going to be honest. I think it's really harshly, it's just retarded to think that you will be able to make a game solo without needing some form of external assistance, either in the form of asset packs, of help from a coder, help from a designer, help from an artist, in some form. I think it's just don't do it. Go get some help. Accept that you're not going to be good at everything. That the people capable of making those 1 out of a million life-changing games are rare, and you might not be it, and it's okay that you're not it, because some of the best games that have been made by teams of massive proportions, of individuals of all skill levels. And it's good, just find a mentor, find the people that teach you the right way to do things and still can give you the opportunity to fail, to let that be a motivator and a lesson for learning, right? And I've worked with a lot of people who let me fail, or who didn't even let me have the chance to fail because they wanted to control me too much, and these both taught me so many different things. When I analyze a 5-minute game I made the other week, I can't guarantee it'd be good content, but it'd be interesting to watch you dig. Yeah, send it to me. Gonna make the best game ever because I'm so cool. Developer of 0 out of 10 game about being a garbage man with depression. And it even if that game ever gets made, Mahdi, Rob, because there's so many people that go into like, I'm gonna make a game. I'm gonna be a solo developer. And 999 out of 1,000 of those games never get released. Maybe that's a bit too much. Let's say 95% of those games never get released. The other 5% get released and nobody ever plays them. They're up on itch.io right now. They don't get played by more than like 10 people, and they aren't a marketable product. The other, let's say 4.99%, the other 0.001% of those games actually end up going to Steam. And then 1 out of 10 of those actually has some commercial success. Most games just, they aren't there, they're not marketable. Want it here in whispers? Think you need to whisper me first. Okay, let me right click and do that. Whisper. You have blocked whispers from strangers. Oh. I didn't know that I did that. Probably a good thing. Let's finish this video, too.
You'll have to learn the same thing. So these are the big three things that I've learned from my hobbies and other things. Planning, keeping an eye on it, and just taking the time to do it. So, Ezra, I hope that answered your question.
One thing, too, about keeping your eye on it that I think is really important to remember is that, at least in my perspective, and this is just my perspective, game designers should be the first that aren't producers to identify red flags in the game. They should be the first to notice it. You should be so on top of your game design that when you spot, hey, this system that we're about to implement, it could have this result on the player base. And if it does have that result, we need to respond in this way or this way. And it may not happen, but it's good to have that in mind where you can say, okay, shit hit the fan. We thought this outcome might be there. Let's respond to it. You know? I don't mind who plays a password. It's just to ward off disappointed player. Okay. Send me send what you need to. And give me any, like, introduction to it. And we can do that as the final thing. We'll watch this Games as Actions video later. There's so many good videos from Tim. I love Tim. I need to meet Tim. Oh, I gotta have so many. What? Ooh. I love the idea of game jams because some of my favorite experimental bullshit games have come out of them. Yes, game jams are great. If you are new to game dev, do not be afraid of jumping into one with any team. Go for it yourself. Do it. It's not important to release a game. It is important to try. That's the most important. If you show me your CV, if you are a developer looking to get into the industry or whatever, I don't care if you show me a CV full of like 6 or 7 games that you didn't complete but tried making. I want to see, I'll see the journey. I'll see, okay, you had this big grand idea to start with. And of course, you were new to game dev, so you couldn't make it. Your next game was a little bit easier, but you still failed. Your next game was a little bit easier, but it still failed. Your next game was just the system that you wanted to make, and you kind of made it, but it was kind of shit. Your next game was unrelated. Like, just show me this and how you adapted and changed your thought process and your way of developing so that when you finally were able to work on that first game that got released, commercially, I can see exactly how you got there. To me, that's really crucial. I don't want to see a CV where you hand pick your successes. I want to see failures too, because that is your journey. That is your... It doesn't have to be in your CV either. It can be in your cover letter, right? I will read cover letters. I always read cover letters. Because oftentimes that's the perfect place to show me where you failed or succeeded and why you're in game dev and why you've made it this far despite all of the ways that I know game developers can be faced with potential setbacks. So many times I've found failure and I've thought maybe I should just find a different job. And I imagine it's the same with any other game developer. I just want to know why did you stay around? Why did you keep challenging yourself and pushing yourself? Thank you, Military, for sending me the... Just send me the link. It's like Vampire Survivor style, WASD, and then clicking. It works. Okay. Is there a... You said there might be a password? What's the password? Like, don't worry. If performance sucks, it's like whatever. It's just... It's a great password. Oh, I can run it from in here. Okay, I see. Is there any audio? Do I have to, like, turn down the audio, potentially? Just to be 100% safe for the viewers. Audio is minimal. Okay, let me at least bump it down because it's gonna be pretty loud. Do. I'll make it full screen once I verify the audio. I will select easy. Ooh, let's fucking go. Ooh. Shit. Uh-oh. That's okay. Dude, this is hard. Ooh. The controls are definitely something. It notice those little lag spikes when the shit. Yeah, I imagine that's just like a. I think only DirectX 12 does pre-computational stuff for shit. If I'm using the right terms for this. Oh my god, there's suicide bombers. Oh my god, I can still hit them too. Okay, lesson learned. Is it? Can I play with the controller? Is it better with the controller? Oh, upgrade gun. Oh, I see. It shoots faster now. Tell me if I can play with a controller, because I'll turn on a controller. No controller support yet. Okay, no worries. If you ever implement that, let me know. For me, I'd say the only complaint I have right now is like control stuff. I feel like the tank controls are not as tank control as I would want. And that's only really visible if you play it. So if it looks like I'm controlling it like an idiot, it's partly because I am. How long did it take you to make this military? That's quite nice. Okay, I can destroy those. Perfect. Ooh. There's no way my gun shoots fast enough to deal with this many. The trade I've had the most success with in my life is actually woodworking. Dude, woodworking is so good. But I like learning about game devs despite having no desire to actually try it myself, because behind the scenes stuff is actually fun to watch somehow. I mean, that's fair. I think that's very fair. Backstory I played a game with strange controls and was inspired to make a tank game with no tank controls because people love to complain about tank controls, and I enjoy the irony. You can certainly get used to how this works, though. I think there's a bit of then disconnect, because I expect tank controls in a game like this, and without that, this feels clunky. I like tank controls. I'm good with tank controls. At least if you mention that, I think there's a bit more understanding. But for instance, like moving forward moves me up. It's cardinal. It's like directional based movement. It's not. it's not actual tank controls. It's more of, I guess, top-down. It's like a mix. It's this weird mix of controls that I'm not sure necessarily makes it easy. But that's my only complaint, because actually I think that this could get pretty fun. I don't know how I got a life. Oh, I regenerate life. Okay, I see. I'm shooting nothing. Oh, projectile. Oh, interesting. I actually got a projectile to stay where it is. Huh. I'm spatially talented, so I don't have too much trouble transitioning either. Ooh. That sound is very mesmerizing. I'm like leveling up by running into them. Ooh. Oh, shit. It's nice. It's good. It's good. I keep working on it. Seriously, keep working on it. But I think the controls probably need to be changed in order to be more enjoyable for the player. That's my only pain point is the controls. Everything else is fine. I think it's good, dude. Good work on that. Oh, fuck. It's getting pretty late. I might gotta get going. 7.5 hour stream. It was fun though. I'm hot. I'm hot and I'm hungry. We have our printed spoon. Spoonut that I have to get a frame for and find a way to hang it on the wall without making the landlord upset. The whole game has a way about it that lets people learn more about how it works over time. And you know all the rules. It's over in five-ish minutes. Yeah, but I think you can easily add complexity. Like Survivors games, I think are easy to design, at least for like somebody who knows game design, because I have some programmer friends, great programmers, fantastic programmers, and they don't understand the design of Vampire Survivors and why it's successful. Look up command strips. Those are unlikely to upset your landlord. I like to command people to strip. Do these not affect the damage-free hanging? Okay. Okay, yeah, I'll look those up. Thank you. I don't hang stuff on walls a lot of times, so that's really helpful. My prototypes usually stop when I stop learning stuff. Fair enough. Fair enough. I understand that. Either way, thank you for letting me play it. And I hope my little bit of playing was enough to gather some feedback. But apart from that, guys, thank you so much for coming out today. Thank you for the follows and for the raid crossy. And I will see you guys tomorrow with more Cauldron Chronicles. We'll keep writing. Probably less about spoons tomorrow and more about some of the more of the character's backstory. And yeah, that's it. I think keep in mind too that for Shadow of the Erd Tree, let me switch back. That's the wrong one. For Shadow of the Erd Tree, we will be playing it on the 21st. It will be out midnight here. So we aren't playing it on the 20th. But if you guys want, we can do a little bit of Elden Ring on that day as preparation, as like a bit of hype. I could beat the game again from scratch in 4 hours, 5 hours max if we, you know, dick around a bit. So, you know, it's up to you. I can show you guys my character that I'm planning to take into the DLC, since apparently the DLC has a separate way of handling player power, so it doesn't matter if you are underpowered or overpowered for main game content. It'll be pretty standard for the DLC content, so we'll see. Either way, 100% Shadow of the Year Tree 21st, not the 20th, because it's out on midnight, and we'll be playing it for here and probably on the weekend too, although keep in mind that probably not the weekend, because I will have to go back to my old apartment in Krakow and finish up packing and moving things over. So there might be some, we have to be out of the apartment by the 30th completely, and we are not out of the apartment completely. There might be some days here where I have to take some time off, and we'll play Shadow of the Year Tree through completion. All the bosses, all the side bosses. I will try to get all the new talismans, because I like collecting talismans. Once we get to it. Yeah, thank you so much for showing up, guys. Have a great rest of your day, and stay safe, stay warm, stay loved, and be nice to your neighbors. I'll see you tomorrow. Take care.